yeah, I gotta say, hey, what's up? Hopefully you're doing fine, because I'm doing good too. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon. Hopefully, you're doing fine. I'm doing good too. This is me, your host, Vice Capitan. And, yeah, hopefully you're having a wonderful April Fool's, or, maybe a bad one, depending on if you got pranked or whatever. I'm kind of tired. It's been a bit of a busy day on my end. Lots of, working on some stuff on the side. But, you know, like I promised, eventually that video will come out. Well, let's talk for a sec here. So, on the docket for today, we are going to sort of continue taking a look at the Shin Megami Tensei TTRPG. Wow, this is really a mouthful, by the way. I want you to know. It's Shin Megami Tensei, the role-playing game, Tokyo Conception. It's, quite a mouthful of words to say every single time. So you know what? I think we're just going to call it SMT Tokyo Conception. Or, well, we can't even call it SMT Conception because that just sounds weird. So, yeah, we're just going to call it Tokyo Conception. Probably just to abbreviate all that. But, yeah, that aside, yeah, yesterday we played some more Final Fantasy VI. That was a lot of fun, as I sort of screwed up the Opera House event like a bunch of times, but you know what? It was a lot of fun. It was really cool. Tonight, we're going to be looking through more of the SMT book. We're going to pick up where we left off, and I do have our page number written down from last time, and we're going to be picking up... We were like in the middle of looking through like a lot of the rulings, so things are going to get a little bit more complicated, but we'll figure it out. Then, what else is on the docket? New short came out today. It's a little snippet of our longer React video that we have on the main channel. Same thing, a little bit of a teaser for the next short coming out. And for the VOD channel, tomorrow, the first Limbus Company VOD's actually coming out from when we did Railway 4. Then Friday, Railway 5, coming at you. I know, I'm just still kind of playing catch up on a lot of the older VODs. It's also kind of the issue where we don't have exactly all of the old VODs, so I'm trying to see sort of what I can sort of get up there while we're, you know, keeping accurate with whatever we got. So, let's get into it, shall we? Before we sort of jump right in, schedule-wise, yep, tomorrow we're going to be back with some more Kingmaker. I've been having a lot of fun playing some Pathfinder once again, and we're going to have a good guest. We're going to have my man, Joe Lazy back. He's coming back. And then on Thursday, we're going to be back with more Eternal Punishment with Kyle. So if you've been dying to get some more Persona 2 action, you're going to get that pretty quickly. So let me get us ready. Sort of start taking a look at this, shall we? Okay. Let me, you know what, we'll keep this track rolling for a little bit. Okay, well. Welcome back. Welcome back. Among Us, yo, what's up? How you doing, bro? Let's see. Let me just lower this just a little bit. So where we left off last time, we were taking a look at the different status elements that are in the game. I think this is going to go into more of the more nuts and bolts things. I don't know. Are you the only person here? I don't know, but welcome. Appreciate you. Let's see. Saving versus ailment, except for mute, stun, poison, curse, and death characters. Characters suffering from a status ailment can make a save against it. At the start of your turn, you may choose to make a save, either using your vitality check, and if successful, you can recover. Okay, so it's basically like a regular save in D&D. Okay, cool. Hey, what's up, Leaf? How you doing? All right. So you typically just do like a regular save like it's in D&D, but I guess instead of doing like, you know, different reflex, wisdom, or like con saves, I guess it's just all vitality in this case. Okay, well, I mean, that works with me. Makes it a little bit easier. But yeah, I was going to say that I'm thinking about this now. I'm like, but what about mind status effects? Wouldn't you want to use like, I don't know, a caster stat for that? Maybe intelligence? Go figure. So you just found a YouTuber. Let's see. Found out that YouTuber Alfred made an emerald hack, and they put Mario as Mario enemies as Pokemon. Oh my god, that's got to be like something. Oh man. I wonder if it adds like new types to that game too. Let's see. However, wow, English. However, mute, stun, poison, curse, and death cannot be naturally recovered in this way. Yeah, I would assume being dead, you probably can't just come back to life unless like your DM is very merciful. Let's see. The only way to do this is use of applicable magic items or a trip to the Fountain of Life. That'll remove these ailments. Okay, so it is basically still faithful to the game in that regard. NPC demon actions. Not counting passive skills, or let's see, not counting passive skills, NPC demons use the skills that they possess in order. Starting from the top of their skill list, if they possess a healing skill, then they will use it once they are at half health or less. This is for GM. Let's see. For this reason, GMs may wish to use only self-destruct skills once the NPC has less than a quarter of HP. Lastly, if a demon cannot pay the skill cost, then it makes a basic strike. Okay, interesting. So, at least from how it's written here, it seems to want the DM to just kind of go down the list on that. I mean, I'm not really that big a fan of it. I would rather just play it a bit smart, but I guess it's to make it so, like, as if each demon has their own way of acting. It's very, like, manually ran, I guess you could say. You know what it is? Something like that. Let's see. What else? Random actions. The GM may decide an NPC's actions randomly. To do so, just roll 1d10 and use the corresponding skill. When doing this, if you roll a skill that is a 9 or a 10 and there's no skill assigned, just roll that. If it's like a passive skill, then it can be a basic strike. Okay, interesting. Okay, well, this is a weird way to sort of tell the DM how to run an encounter. You're literally just given the list and it's like, follow the list, and if not, well, I don't know. Kind of strange, not kind of my deal, but is what it is. Sure, I mean, why not? Let's see. EXP after combat. Enemy demons provide a certain amount of EXP when you defeat an enemy. Wait, wow, that's redundant. Enemy demons provide a certain amount of EXP. When you defeat an enemy demon, you gain an EXP amount at the end of combat. That's literally the same sentence twice. Okay. The same amount is granted to all PCs that participated in combat. If this happens, even if the PC is dead at the end of combat, the CXP would cause the character to level up. Okay, so then they fully recover HP MP. Interesting. So I guess even if you're dead, you can just fully recover HP MP then. Okay. I mean, I'm not going to complain about that. Item drops. The enemy demons have item drops. When you defeat an enemy demon, you gain item drops listed on that. Okay, so it's just like basic like tabletop stuff. There are two kinds of item drops. Normal item drops. Each demon in the demon compendium listed may have items, but you know, you can adjust that if you need. Let's see, bonus drops. After combat, the GM makes a percentile roll. On a 1, the players receive a high value item like a gem. On a 2 to 10, they receive a rock item like a Mariagi rock, etc. So basically like additional junk items. Okay, fair enough. If a character has the Lucky Find skill and is alive at the end of combat, they make this roll instead of the GM, and a success grants a rock, while a critical grants a gem or higher item value. Okay. Let's see. Boss traits. The GM can give NPCs or demons important to the scenario the boss trait. Bosses gain several bonuses listed below. A boss can be made more challenging by having it appear with 1 to 4 NPC demons closer to the player character's level. This is all up to the GM's discretion, of course. Okay, yeah, so basic ruling, like whenever you're running an encounter in a tabletop setting, you typically want to have, you know, multiple adds due to the action economy. You don't want your boss to just get jumped straight up, you know what I mean? Let's see, take 2 actions per turn, obviously, that's the plan. GMs decide boss actions as strategically as possible. Okay, so this would be, if you are playing as the boss, min-max, got it, okay. Let's see, access to boss-exclusive skills, fair enough. HP and MP increase roughly doubles over the bases. See boss demons section in page 213 for ready-made bosses. Might take a look at that a little later. Let's see, grant additional EXP in Maka, amounts for both equal to 10 times the boss's level, and ability to use items. Okay, so bosses can actually use items. That's interesting. Because, I mean, let's be real, most of the time they're going to be a demon, okay? And demons can't use items. Well, it's interesting because according to the book, so demon player characters can't use items, but I would sort of say almost we could kind of change that rule a little bit, because in games, it's like there's usually skills for letting demons use that. I mean, maybe when we look at the skills in more detail, that'll be something that's doable. But I'm kind of curious about that. Okay, furthermore, according to the GM's needs, they need to decide to add certain skills and other bonuses to the boss demon. Things like Null Ailment, Null Light and Dark, mostly things so you can like make sure your boss won't get one shot. That's fair enough. Null Ailment, probably to prevent status ailments on the bosses. Let's see, Dakunda and Dakaja. Well, I know what these are, but for those of you who don't, Dakunda removes any debuffs that are on the target. So if the boss uses it on itself and maybe its allies, it basically just gets rid of any debuffs that are permanent. Dakaja is the same thing, but instead it's basically a dispel on the target. So interesting. I like that the book recommends that, because if you're playing with a bunch of players, they're probably going to be buffing up, which is like no shit, right? All right, let's see. Any boss exclusive skills. So I would assume certain demons have unique abilities. If the players were playing as demons, they would probably have access to some of these skills too, but I'm sure there are unique skills that are listed just for bosses only. So probably when we take a look at the boss section, it might go into more detail on that. But we'll see. We'll see how that goes. Let's see what else. Also, you know what? Bump this up a little bit. Okay. When at half health, use Beast Eye or Dragon Eye. Bro, that's okay. That's kind of fucked up. All right. So first off, the boss trait is going to make it so, let's say we have our boss and then 4 other demons with them. Okay. That's a lot of dudes already. The boss does 2 actions per round. And on top of that, you're saying give it Beast Eye or Demon Eye or Dragon Eye. So it's basically just going to go like 4 times in a row and can like clean house probably. Kind of fucked up, bro. That's kind of scary. But you know what? I mean, that will definitely put people on their toes. I mean, think about it this way. You know, I'm just gonna be real with you, okay? It's kind of, how do I say this? Look, if you've ever seen the Mott meme of Dragon Eye into Beast Eye, yeah, you know what I mean. I'm sure this has to have a once per turn limit. Like, and it needs a once per turn limit, because if not, you can be the biggest scumbag ever. And probably don't want that. Let's see. Uses recovery items. Yeah. I'd say probably give like each of the ads at least maybe 1 recovery item that they could either use on themselves or others. So that's probably the way to go. Okay. Fleeing. Let's see. Player characters may attempt to flee from any non-boss monster. Called fleeing. When someone attempts to flee, the opposing combatant decides whether they wish to block the attempt or not. If no combatant chooses to block the attempt, then fleeing is automatically successful. If all the players flee, then the combat ends. Okay, so now this is kind of interesting because you really don't run from fights in like most TTRPGs. I'm going to be real with you, it's just not how that works, you know. Most of the time, people, you know, fight it out, fight to the death. Like, if you are going to run, it's typically something to do with story or the fact that you guys realize we are getting our ass kicked and we need to actually escape. Not always possible. I'm going to be real with you. Not always very doable, but interesting enough to know. Okay, so blocking the escape. If an enemy combatant wants to block a character from fleeing, then the escapee can only flee if they pass a dodge check. When this happens, there are more friendly combatants than the enemy, the chance is higher. Okay, so if it's a crit, you can just run away, no problem. Let's see. Can counter that, okay. Interesting. So the more allies escaping, if you outnumber them, the higher the chance for you to run. That's fine. Alright, what do we got? Ambush and back attack. When encountering demons, there will be times where the player characters will have the advantage and times where they are at disadvantage. To represent this, we use the encounter check table, or the encounter check, ambush, and then back attack rules. Alright. Well, what do you mean by that? Let's see, encounter check. Encounter check may be called for when a run-in with a group of demons could situationally have some kind of advantage for one side or the other. The GM has to say whether or not to make an encounter check, and depending on the story they have in mind, they may simply declare a result if they so desire. See, to make an encounter check, all player characters make a luck check. Oh. Okay. Interesting. Not normal, but okay. I mean, then again, luck is not a normal stat in most TTRPGs. Although I think it's the deciding stat for negotiation. But look, what I'm dreading, and I'm gonna be real with you guys. What I'm kind of dreading reading in this book is reading the summoning and fusions section in more detail, because let's be honest, that's like the most intimidating part of any Megaten experience. And in a tabletop setting, you know, it's something when we were reading, like, making a demon character, it specifically says, do not start your demon player characters at a high level, because you technically would have already been able to fuse, you technically would have been able to empower yourself, but it's kind of complicated if you haven't done it before. So it's like, it is useful, but at the same time, it's very hit and miss. You know what I mean? There's like a lot of like little nuanced things actually with it, so we'll see. Let's see. I think okay, right, yeah, make a luck check. Let's see, to make an encounter check, all player characters make a luck check, then consult the following table to find their overall value and ultimately what occurs. Okay. So encounter check happens. We call, like, let's say you guys run into an encounter, or you spot some demons, and then I have them all make a check. Let's see. Critical. Let's see. Okay. Critical's a +2, success +1, failure -1, auto fail -2, and fumble is -3. Okay. Let's see. Total up the values from all members of the party, then compare it to the table below. Okay, so I guess this would be looking at everyone's modifier? No. I guess it's if they make a luck check. I'm assuming they're doing the target number thing from before. Okay, total up the values and see what it says. Okay. 5 or more, the player characters back attack the enemy. 3 to 4, ambush the enemy. 0 to 2, no particular advantage. -3 to -1, players get ambushed, and -4 or lower, they get back attacked. Oh, wait a minute. Oh. Okay. I was curious. I wasn't sure how this was going to work because, okay, you know, we're going to hold on to that because I was under the impression there was no grid system for this. Well, that's great if there is a grid system, because usually my friends and I, we play with grids and VTTs. So, okay. I'm okay with that. That's actually really helpful. Well, we're going to get to that because I do want to know more about that section. Okay, surprise attacks. Sometimes one side may be taking explicit steps to ambush their enemies. And when this happens, represented by the encounter check, when player characters are setting up to lie in wait or by other means, the encounter check gains +20 to its TN. Okay, so it's basically take 20 or -20. If the demons are laying in wait, then it's basically -20 for their check, which is kind of fucking crazy now I'm thinking about it. -20? Jeez. Okay. Ambush effects. Let's see. The side that successfully ambushes the other gains 1d10 bonus to their initiative rolls. Oh, fuck, that's crazy. Okay. Let's see. While the side getting ambushed. Excuse me. Sorry. Let's see. While the side getting ambushed rolls initiative normally. During the first round of combat, characters on the side of being ambushed are considered to be defenseless right up until the moment they act. Okay, so it's being flat-footed. Okay, while being defenseless, characters cannot take any actions or dodge. Okay. So it's basically just being flat-footed. Got it. Typical stuff. Alright, back attack. Back attack is an ambush executed with flawless efficiency, granting a supreme tactical advantage. In a back attack, the side doing the ambush gains a 1d10 to their bonus initiative roll. The side being ambushed sets their initiative without making an effective roll for it. So I guess that would be, yeah, that is their initiative equal to their agility alone. Okay. Okay, I see. Additionally, the side being back attacked is inflicted with shot. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, that's... Okay, being back attacked really sucks in this. You gotta hope that the players get it more than demons, huh? Let's see, they're inflicted with shock. This shock ignores any affinity ratings that nullify it. Let's see, shocked characters cannot take any action, dodging included, and when hit by a physical attack whose attack automatically becomes a crit, shock clears at the end of the turn. Characters may attempt to save at the start of their turn. You may only fail this check once, however, let's see, once, however, and then the turn after the element is automatically resolved. Okay, so it's just shock for the round, basically. You get jumped, you're flat-footed for the round. Well, you're more than flat-footed. You're basically flat-footed and debuffed. Okay. Now, this is what I'm kind of interested in here. Advanced combat rules. If you prefer using square map grids to conduct your combat, these are the rules for doing so. Assumptions. In grid-based combat, facing is not important. Yep, we already kind of know that much. The only thing that matters is whether a character is adjacent to another. Yep. Let's see, also maps are considered small scale areas. Attacks that target all manifest their effects upon whatever the map shows, which is the immediate area around the NPCs, or say around the player characters and demons. Okay. Okay. Square measures 2 meters on all sides. Only one player may occupy a square. All characters are treated as having a size that can fit inside one square. Whether a fiend, a pixie, or a habaki, all characters are treated as the same size in this sense. Interesting. Even like massive demons are treated as having the same size. I guess like, how would I do this? I might even break that rule, to be honest, because if we're fighting a supermassive demon, like, let's say, all right, say we're fighting like Kakatsuchi or something ridiculous, like the final boss of the game, wouldn't you want a big boss monster? I mean, in that case, what I would do is I would almost say, let's do 2 styles of combat. Let's do the one where there's no grid. We don't need to worry about it. I would say let's do that for regular encounters. And then for bigger encounters, we'll do a grid. Does that sound normal? Or at least does that make any sense? Because I feel like in that sense, we can make it a little bit more interesting, because now we have to account for things like range and other things, but basically magic and spells are kind of cheating because they just snipe across the map no matter what. Not normal, but it does make sense. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Oh, also, whoops, my bad. I think I just realized the chat is like super tiny or getting like clipped. Beats me. Let me just double check here. 1 second, I'll just fix that real quick for you guys. There we go. Back to normal. I had to sort of switch it up a bit when we were doing that reaction. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so movement and action. When taking an action, characters must do both of the following things per turn. Move as many squares as their agility stat. What? Like, move as many squares as their agility stat? Dude, you're gonna be... Yeah. Yeah, I know. Like, that's kind of how I feel about it too, Krustik, to be honest. Because let's break this down a little bit here. So, in this system, there's a very heavy focus on combat, obviously. But the amount of combat they expect you to do, because the level cap is 99, okay? They want you to gain EXP. There's going to be a lot of encounters, and the intent is that the players will level up while in the session. It's not... I mean... how do I say it? So, the book itself recommends leveling up at the end of a session, but from how the gameplay is seeming, like the more we're reading, it seems more like they want you to level up while the session happens, because that basically acts as your refresh. You get your health and mana back, right? You know what I mean? And it also would sort of prevent the issue of the players are low on health and mana, they don't have any restoration items. I guess they just take a hike back to the town, right? So that, and also consider the other thing where I think when it talked about in the section about random encounters, it talked about the phases of Kagatsuchi, and like after X number of steps, the book says, oh, just do a random encounter. And I'm like, I don't know how I feel about that. I feel like we would still probably, like, this is weird, because this is the case of, I typically do like milestone EXP in my campaigns, but this is one that very much focuses on literal grind, which is weird. Well, weird enough, because you don't really do that very much in a tabletop setting, because we would typically want to do encounters that matter instead of encounters for encounters' sake. So if anything, what I think I might do is for like big boss fights, we'll bust out the grid. We'll do like maybe a grid boss like this. But for like more simple things, like a regular, simple random encounter, I would say let's just do something like, I'll set up a battle scene, and it doesn't need to be a grid, but it'll be like a background, a couple of pictures of the enemies, party at the bottom. Let's do it like that. I think that might work, because as much as I'm liking this system, it does feel like there's a lot of verbiage and a lot of rolling high percentile just for the sake of, you know, doing it. I don't know. Maybe this is just it leaning into like, it's weird because this game kind of leans into a bit of like Warhammer tabletop roots a bit, with like percentile rolling and like a lot of things like target number and all that stuff. That, and also like I was talking about this with some friends too, and we talked about how like the different classes / like races work, and that basically you're playing with a lot of level adjustment, where it's like demons are basically level adjusted and humans have faster EXP growth, but to compensate it's like, you know, they're weak. And I would say fiends are the most customized out of both of them. But you know, we'll reserve thoughts. We'll reserve some thoughts. But you know, that's at least how I'm feeling now, thinking about it. All I can say is this is going to be really interesting. Let's see. Characters may do both of the following: move as many squares as their agility stat. Okay, so it's just up to as many squares, dude. That's, how do I say this, dude? This is kind of scuffed, because think about it this way. If we're going, okay, move as many squares as your agility stat. If we're talking like low level, okay, people are going to be sluggish. They're not going to be able to move very much. That's fine. But if we're talking like higher levels, you're going to need to have huge ass maps, dude, because dudes are just going to be sprinting across the map. I don't know. I kind of feel hit and miss on it, but it is what it is. I think it's fine. At least it makes it so agility is scaling you, but at the same time, it's kind of like the Dex is king issue, but, you know, is what it is. I need to drink some water. Let's see. Instead of number 2, a character may choose to do 1 again and move twice, but all characters may not do action 2 twice. They also may not alter the order in which these actions are performed. Movement is always first and then an action. Okay. Very old school tabletop. Always do your movement first, then you do your actions after. Okay, attack ranges. Basic strikes may only target characters in adjacent squares. Physical skills may target up to 3 squares away. Spells and magic attacks, however, can target anywhere on the map. However, if they do not have line of sight of the target, then they cannot target them. Fair enough. If an obstacle is partly in the way, draw a line from the center of the target to the square. Okay, so basic, regular tabletop ruling here. Each square. Okay. Oh boy. This is what I was worried about. Here it comes. Oh yeah, perfect timing for this track. Negotiations. Welcome to the chart, but we'll get to the chart. Let's read this through first. I know there is a chart at the back of the book. I've seen it. So this is going to be something. Demons are more than just enemies to fight. They all value different things and act according to their own beliefs. See, at one time, it was a rare thing to be able to hear the words of demons. In the Vortex world, however, anyone can understand, converse, and even negotiate with demons. Yet take heed that they are called demons, creatures eternally renowned for tempting hearts and tormenting souls. To lend them your ears is to have your reasons tested. Okay. Negotiation goals. The primary purpose of negotiating with a demon is to gain enough of their trust so that they will give you their demon card, the symbol of their power. Other outcomes may occur, such as getting them to retreat from battle, or to gain items or maca using skills such as a pester stone or stone hunt. Or using skills such as pester or stone hunt. Okay, strange, alright. Let's see. Specific skills, English. Skills specific to negotiation, such as talk skills, are divided into 2 types. Approach and support. Approach and support. Approach talk skills are used to actually engage a demon in conversation, where support talk skills, meanwhile, are used to interject when someone else is negotiating with demons. Okay, so probably to just, help out like normal. So these are things that were like on passives of other demons in Nocturne, from what I remember, and I think they turned into like app point things in SMT 3. So that's interesting. Let's see. Most support talk skills can be used most support talk skills can only be used when certain conditions are met, such as the demon trying to leave the conversation. Also, support talk skills can only be used if you have not yet acted in a combat round, and only when it is not your turn. Once you've made it into your interjection with the support skill, you've spent your action for that round. Damn. Then you better make sure this works. That's what I'm getting out of this. Okay. Let's see. Talk skills don't require a check to use, but will prompt a negotiation check as part of their effect. Okay, and if I remember the negotiation check, I think it's just a luck check, isn't it? Like a luck check with your target number being, I don't know, I guess whatever the DC is. Interesting. Okay. Let's see. You may not take part in multi-action while negotiating. Whether negotiation succeeds or not is determined by comparing the negotiation check to the negotiation table. Oh boy. We're gonna have a good old table to look at. Okay. Negotiating. There are 3 forms of negotiation shown below. 1. Approach during a non-combat scene, approach during combat, and then trying to gather information. Okay. So how does it work? Let's see. Approaching during a non-combat scene. When encountering demons outside of combat who are not hostile, you may attempt to speak with them and select an approach talk skill. If you have one and use it, you can still use the basic talk action if you don't have one. Okay, so yeah, anyone can still do it then. That's good. Negotiating like this plays out similarly to combat, progressing via rounds. So use the talk flowchart. Oh no! The talk flowchart! Oh no, dude. Is it as bad as the Pathfinder grapple chart? Because, oh my god. The grapple chart in Pathfinder 1 is... Ooh, I think I showed it off like once or twice, but, you know, just so you know, it's something, all right. It's something. Let me just check our music here real quick. Ooh, this is a good song. You know, let's get something a little bit more atmospheric for this. Yeah, there we go. Bust out some Nocturne tracks. How about that? Okay. So you would either use one of your talk skills, and then, if not, just do like a regular talk action command. Okay. Let's see. Approaching during combat. Frequently, negotiations occur amidst combat itself. Player characters can start a conversation by choosing the talk action when it's their turn. For example, when out of combat, player characters can use an approach skill or just go with the basic action because this spends the player character's action. Even if they fail, they cannot act anymore during that round. Negotiations play out like an actual conversation afterwards. Okay, so you would do the conversation flowchart, and then that would sort of lead you into, well, whatever's next. Got it. And gathering information. See, during research, negotiations are sometimes done more abstractly to allow for quick information gathering. At the start of such a scene, a player character declares the general topic of their inquiry, and then makes a negotiation check. Then based on the outcome of that check, the scene plays out with the player character gathering that information. And more details can be found under that. Okay. Okay, now the other more tricky thing. So we talked about interjections before, which is when another player character will jump in using either an interject skill or something else. But interesting. Okay. What do we got here? Player characters that have learned support talk skills can use them while another player character is talking with a demon to interject into that conversation. However, unless they have one of these skills, and unless the condition of that skill has been met, player characters cannot interject. Okay, so you need to, one, have the skill, and then two, it needs to be the appropriate situation. So I'm assuming, I hope there is a list of the, I'm sure there's actually a list of these at the back of the book, but we'll get to them when we get there. Because I'm kind of curious. I wonder if they added any more of the skills. Because I know there were, you know, the regular skills for interjecting, like with, you know, like demons in the game. So who knows? Who knows? I know. I'm very curious. There's like a lot of a lot of stuff you can kind of do here. But I am kind of curious about this whole demon card system, which again, once we get to like the section when it comes to like fusing and stuff like that, or like how would you even upgrade yourself as a demon player character? I hope that's going to explain that bit. Plus, also, that makes me wonder, it's like, are humans able to actually use demons in this? Or is it just going to be something else? Well, then again, that may actually be a little bit too OP, but we'll see. Okay. Additionally, to interject, a player character cannot have acted this round. Right, so it actually does take a standard action for you as a player, which, important. It's either you as, like, let's say we're in a combat encounter. You need your team of player characters to really agree that if you guys are going to negotiate, you need to negotiate, because if you're going to interject or at least like jump in, it takes your standard action, and it kind of has to pass the checks. So a little bit more complicated than what you would initially entail. Okay. Conversation stoppers. In the following situation, a player character cannot choose the talk command, though the GM may overrule it if they see fit. If they do so, when a demon is forced to speak, the GM may choose the following to allow the demon to take an extra action. Let's see, when the Kakatsuchi is full, when the target is a boss demon, when the target belongs to any of these specific things, or like these specific tribes. Let's see, Tyrant, Vile, Raptor, Wilder, Haunt, or Foul. Oh, right, yeah, because in most of the Megaton games, you can't talk to certain demon tribes because you literally either can't understand them without like demon talk, or what's it called? I think like some of them you just can't get. Like I think Foul, or was it Haunt? I think it's Haunt, which is like the undead or like the zombies, and you can't get those guys. You literally can't recruit zombies. Interesting. Okay. Let's see, without jive talk skill isn't used. Let's see, when the target is made uninteractable, whether it be by a status ailment. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Let's see, when the player characters have 8 or more demon cards across the whole party. Okay, fair enough. When the GM says so. You know what? I appreciate them putting that in the book. Let's see, the party may exceed the limit of 8 due to receiving a demon card from an event, or when a demon suddenly approaches. Okay. Let's see, talking with the same demon. When attempting to talk to the with a demon, if someone in the party already has that demon card, or a player character has manifested the same kind of demon, then the demon will simply leave with a parting comment of something of the effect of, "You better take care of my friend." Let's see, as a result, no demon card will be obtained. The player character who tried to talk to it, however, makes a negotiation check. If it is successful, roll a 1d10 and see what gift they get. And in case of a critical, you get 2 gifts. Alright. Cheering on. The demon cheers you on. The GM may also grant a tip or any other information. Let's see, HP recovery. The player character who talked to the demon recovers HP equal to the effect roll and a demon special skill. Okay. Gain Maka, which is gaining the money you would have normally gotten from beating the demon. Items. Gain the items you would have normally gotten from beating it, or a gem. One random gem, and it'd be any of these. Okay. Sudden approach. At times, player characters may be approached by a demon, or by the demons they face. GM should initiate this conversation by saying, "A demon approaches you," before the combat begins. The GM may pick a player character that the demon approaches, or determine this randomly, then begin negotiations with the player character as normal. Okay. So long as it's a sudden approach, this negotiation may even happen when the Kagatsuchi is full, or even if the demon is not typically capable of conversing. Okay, well that's a nice way to get around some of the limitations of the system on its own. Okay. Concentrate and aid with talking. See, the bonuses from the concentrate and aid skills cannot be applied to negotiation. Yep, sounds about right. Multi-actions with talking. Multi-actions cannot be taken with negotiations. Fair enough. Okay. Impress and offend. Certain approach talk skills work better with some demons and repel others. Let's see. The skill's impress type shows which demon it works best on, and its offend type shows which demons hate it. Whether you're impressing or offending the demon you wish to talk to depends on the approach, on the approach talk skill you use, and that demon's behavioral patterns. For more details, refer to the effect of each skill. Okay. So, you know, some things are more effective on some than others. Fair enough. Let's see. Demon player characters with no talk skills. Interesting. When a demon player character without an approach talk skill attempts to talk to another demon, they always count as doing so under the offend type. Oh, okay. Let's see. Talk flowchart. Once a talk is initiated, the first thing to do is determine whether the approach with the demon is an impress type, normal, or offend type. And this will determine whether you start at the top, the middle, or the bottom row. Next, if the demon and player character uphold the same specific reason, determine whether they are not, determine whether or not they are the same. This will set which column row you start in. Follow these steps. Okay, alright, I see how this is gonna go. Press type, you start at the top row, neither, middle, offend, middle. Reason matches, go left. Reason doesn't match, you go middle. Mutually opposed reasons on the right. Okay. Let's see, once you find your initial position on the flowchart, negotiations can begin. The demon demanding an offering written on the demand field of the space you start on. What the fuck? Okay. Okay, alright, hold on. Wow. Oh boy. Well, at least it seems simple enough. Oh, this is... Oh, this is gonna be a pain in the ass, huh? Okay. So, according to this little section here, let's say our reasons don't match, but they are also not clashing. So let's go. We're neither offended, and we're neither reasons match. So let's go middle. Okay. I think I understand how this table works now. So each time there are 3 checks in total. I think that has to happen. There is the demand where we ask for, okay, so if I'm the DM here, say I'm the demon here, as per usual. Let's say I'm the DM and I'm running this section. Okay. I've got my demon and we start middle bottom. Or no, I think we said middle. So as the demon, I'm going to say, I demand a certain amount of maca, and I'll give you a number. You can either give it to me or not. If you give it to me, that's a succeed. We'll move up. Okay. And then if we succeed, then that means we go to question. And that means I have to ask you a question. And then if you give me an answer I like, then we've got a deal. And in any of these points, if the answer is no, then we would just go to fail arrow. Okay, I see. Okay. I see. Okay, so let's say we're starting here at maca again. Okay. Say you don't give me that. All right. I get angry. That means I'll give you maybe 1 chance if we're in the middle. So then we'll move to another demand and I ask for an item. If I say no, then I'll get angry. And I see that's how this works. Okay. Because we have to sort of follow the flowchart here. So if we fail, we go 1 to the right. We fail here, negotiation breaks. Or in this case, the outcome is the demon is angry and will probably attack you. Also, wow. Man, April is truly a cruel month. Thank you, Hikawa. Let's jump to right here in the soundtrack. Okay. Like I was saying. Okay, so this chart isn't as bad as it looks like. It looks hella confusing. I'm gonna be real with you. But it's not as bad. So the idea is you need to know where you start. And I guess this would be sort of the meta part of it, where me as the DM, I'm not going to tell you where we're starting on the chart. I will say, I look at your sheet and go, I know what alignment you are. And then from there, I have to determine where we start. And it's up for the players to figure out where they are on that table. I think that's what's going to happen here. So, okay. I see. Okay. Not that bad. Let's see. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, here's the real boss fight, bro. Let's see. If you meet the demand, make a negotiation check. If it's successful, then move 1 space in the following white arrow. If you fail, instead move 1 space following the black arrow. If there's no black arrow, then that means the talk breaks down, and what happens is next is described in a break field. Let's see. Lastly, you should check the, should the check be critical, move forward 2 spaces on the white arrows. Okay. So it can be a critical success. I wonder if you can do a critical failure on that too. However, you cannot, cannot or do not meet the demand, make a negotiation check. On a successful or a critical, move 1 space following the black arrow. On a failure, the talk breaks. Okay. So you still need to do a check if it fails. And if you succeed the check, then you get another chance. If you fail the check, you break and end on whatever the outcome is on that table. Okay. Wow. What a pain in the ass of a system, huh? Surely it only gets better, right? Let's see. In either case, you should roll a fumble on the checks, and if the talk fails, the break becomes angry instead. When you arrive at the deal space, the talk is successful and you acquire the demon's card or whatever it is that, or what other request you had. Let's see. Should neither a deal nor a break occur, then continue negotiations, or continue the negotiating. Determine whether you meet the demon's demands and then making your check. Keep doing this until you finally achieve either a deal or a break. Reading the flowchart, demons beginning negotiations by demanding an offering, as written in the demand field. Player character then decides whether they should have used an approach, etc. Demon responds whether or not the player character has met their demands and is successful. Okay. Oh, there's a lot here. Okay, I see. If the demand was met and negotiation checks criticals, and the negotiation check criticals, move 2 forward. If it fails, then move 1 space according to the black arrow. If no black arrows, then you break. And negotiation check succeeds, but it's not a crit. You just move 1 space following the white arrow. Got it. Okay. If the demand was not met and negotiation check succeeds or crits, move 1 space following the black arrow. And if there are no black arrows, then you break. Okay. Negotiation check fails, you break immediately. Negotiation check fumbles, you break. The demon becomes angry as per the negotiation outcome. Okay. What else? Negotiation outcomes. Deal. The demon fulfills their side of the bargain, giving you their demon card. Break. When a break occurs, the talks have failed. Let's see, and this results in the last demon leaving the combat, then the combat ends. Okay. Gift. Roll this once on the gift table and obtain that item. Then the demon leaves. Okay. The demon leaves. Angry. The demon is enraged, and until the demon acts again, it cannot be talked to. Got it. Demands. Okay. Oh, wow. There's actually a formula to calculate how much money you want to ask for. Great. Awesome. Let's see. Maca. The demon demands an offering of Maca equal to 10 times the demon's level plus 1d10 times 10, bro. Yeah, we're gonna have people do some algebra on this one. Let's see. Roll a 1d10 on the item, and the demon demands that said item. Okay. All right. HP. The demon demands an HP. Let's see. The demon demands an amount of the player character's hit points equal to 10% of the demon's own max HP. See, this damage cannot be reduced via any means, such as resistances or fate points. Okay, fair enough. Let's see. This is the item demand table. Let's see. You either ask for a life stone, chakra drops, revival beads, gems, or any item the GM decides. Okay. Question. The demon expresses their thoughts. That asks the player character... Let's see. Wait. Then asks whether the player character will align themselves with the demon's reason. If the player character agrees, then they increase their endorsement points to that respective reason by 1. If the player character doesn't agree with the reason, their reason won't change, but they won't be meeting the demon's demands. The GM should roleplay this question out and make the player characters wonder their response. Okay. Interesting. Let's see. What else do we got? High-level demon demands. Optional. The GM may want to have high-level demons make more expensive demands. Consider adding the amount of Maca that the demon drops to the demanded amount, for example, or have them request something far more expensive than what's on the list above. Double the Maca or the HP, or roll twice on the item table, on the item demand chart, and then take the more expensive one. I mean, that sounds on brand to me. I'm not gonna lie about that. Also, oh man, dude, this song is such a banger. I love the world map theme. It's so good. Bum bum bum. Let's see. We got support talk skills. Okay. Actually, no, it's funny. This is exactly what I was asking about earlier. All right, we have haggle. Let's see, use when the demand is maca, make a negotiation check, and you can cut the amount by half. Arbitration or maiden's plea. Use when the talk breaks and would result in an angry result. Let's see, make a negotiation check. Success restarts the talk from the same point on the flow chart. Detain. Use when talks break down and would result in gift or leave. Make negotiation check. Success restarts talk from the same space on the flowchart. No gift is awarded though. That's weird. Why would you do that? I mean, yes, but like, I don't know. That seems like not as good, I guess. Okay, connection. Use when a negotiation fails. The skill has no effect unless the user is of the same race or as the demon. Let's see, the user makes a negotiation check. Success means any break effect is negated, and instead of the NPC or the talking NPC moves one space towards the or following the white arrow on the flowchart. Okay. Let's see, flatter, intimidate, or nag. Let's see, use this skill when a negotiation check fails after meeting a demon or after meeting a demand. The user makes a negotiation check. Success makes the previous one count as well. And if the skills check fails, the talk breaks. If it's angry, see if the target qualifies for the skills impress type, then it can be used even when the demand isn't met. Let's see, succeeding at this check moves the player characters one space following white arrows as though meeting a demand. Oh my god, bro. Persuade. The user makes a check. Success makes the original check count as a success. If this check fails, then there's no penalty and has no effect if the trait is a child. Huh. I guess you, well, I guess you can't persuade a child on that. Probably bad idea. Okay, approach skills to end demands. Okay, you know what? Before we sort of dig even further on this, I kind of want to just talk about this so far, because it's like I understand why, okay? Like, obviously the system needs to be here because it's Mega 10. You know, we need to have some sort of negotiation. I'm surprised how video gamey it is. I know this sounds really stupid to say, but yeah, it's very video gamey. I mean, it makes sense. I mean, it's a source material, but there's like so many checks you have to make and then following the flowchart. And it's like, at least the flowchart's not that bad because it's technically identify where you're starting, then follow along by, you know, at least just doing it the right way. It's interesting. There's just a lot of like nuts and bolts pieces to this, you know? Drink some water. Well, we're switching this track. Actually, you know what? I'm jumping all the way to here. We're going to listen to that, and then we're going to jump to another one. Yeah. Look, I'm glad it's not just me, to be honest, because I'm like, I'm starting to feel like worn down a bit by this, because it's like, this is good, but like, this is a lot. like this is a little bit excessive. Like, I completely get why. But at the same time, do we really need, like, do we need all of this, like, up here? Like, I get it. It's basically like a rock, paper, scissors, more or less. You just have to make a ton, like, oh my god, how many checks in total? Okay, let's say we start at the back, or offend type. So you have to get through 3 rounds of negotiations. That's at least like 3 checks at a minimum, and that's not including if you're using skills, which would add like 2 more checks. Like, like that's so many skill checks you have to make just for losing money, items, and then maybe getting one item or possibly a spell card. Now, granted, I think, you know, it's kind of one of those necessary evils of the system because, you know, it's Mega 10. You kind of have to have these things in Mega 10. But I feel like if you were going to do this almost every combat encounter, this could like really drag down the speed of combat, which I guess this kind of leans into what I was saying before of in boss fights, since we would be doing a grid system, don't talk. You're not allowed to negotiate. I mean, you can try and I'll give you some funny dialogue, but like, you know what I mean? I feel like that would really be a bad idea. But for maybe like the gridless encounters, it might be fine. Because again, you're going to be doing a lot of rolls, but geez. If anything, I feel like maybe it would just be in relations to like the demon player characters who actually do need to engage in this like system, because they would need to do that so they can actually like, you know, level up or gain new skills, because I believe that's how that works, but I think we're going to see it in a second, because I'm pretty sure that's probably what's after this. Just a hunch. Also, hold on one second. Let me just gotta just wipe my glasses real quick. Don't mind me. Okay. Where were we at? We were right here. Okay. Let's see. Okay, approach skills and demands. When you use an approach skill, or an approach talk skill, also, oh my god, the wordage on some of this, I think just call it approach skill, you know? Also, what's up, Hawkins? How you doing? Let's see. When you use an approach talk skill that demands maca or an item to start negotiation, you make one check. This does not apply Stone Hunt. What the fuck is Stone Hunt? Okay. Should the target match the skill impress type, then check the oh my Jesus Christ. Oh, the verbiage is so much. Doing all right. Your day was mostly spent, went for a walk through a garden, went to a bar and played some pool. Mostly one. Dude, that sounds like a great day to me. That sounds spectacular. Oh man. Look, it's okay. I was working on some stuff today. Was photoshopping some stuff for something coming up. Something coming up. Don't you worry. Had to update my friend, good old Joe Lazy, for tomorrow's stream. So he's got a nice new icon. Let's see. What else? What else? Yeah, I know, right? And then here we are now, back reading some more Mega 10. Oh man. Like, I'm not gonna lie, this negotiation section is kind of like hitting me in the head with a brick, where I'm like, okay, dude, I get it. We're making like 5 different checks. I can understand why this is very oppressive. And it's oppressive just because it's like, I feel like we have to make literally 5 checks reading Japanese D&D with demons, dude. You know what? I'm gonna scare you. Like, Hawkins, you're not ready for this, okay? Prepare to be scared. Welcome to the negotiation talking flowchart. Yeah, this is what we've been trying to decipher for like the past like 10 minutes. Wow, very appropriate music for this. What a time. I hope this makes no sense to you, because I think I understand it. But just because I understand it doesn't mean it's very good. Most of your day's been you doing necromancer research. Oh yeah, because you were working on that that custom class, right? Let's see. Should the check succeed, you gain the maca or items you would have received. Let's see, the demon leaves, blah, 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 blah. Stone Hunt, negotiate as normal. Let's see, if you can reach the deal, roll a dice on the Stone Hunt table, and then you can just get an extra thing. So we get beads, random... random rock, random gem, or you get one of the random precious stones that you can probably use for turning in for better items. And watching fighting game videos? Oh, hell yeah, dude. Necromancy's a fun subject. Oh yeah, it can be. Okay, alright. Oh my god, bro. Alright, information gathering. Let's see. During research, negotiations sometimes occur more abstractly to allow for quick information gathering. At the start of such a scene, a player character determines their inquiry and then makes a negotiation check. So this is basically just gather intelligence. Okay. Based on the outcome of the check, scene plays out where the player gets that information. During the scene, it's possible to use contact skills. Interesting. Okay. The GM defines English. My bad. I'm sorry. I'm a little tired today. The GM defines avenues. Okay. The player character declares. Then the negotiation check happens. Then you play out the scene. Okay. 1. The GM defines the avenues. When a player character says they'd like to begin gathering information, the GM needs to tell them what they can do, or what avenues they can explore to obtain that information. Normally, it can be a couple of things, such as following certain keywords that were mentioned in the story, visiting certain places, utilizing your skills, or utilizing your contacts, using skills, or searching for info without any skills. Huh. Random rock. That's your favorite snack to give to an orc. Basically, it's the same thing as anything happens in D&D. Yeah, like it's weird because so it kind of is the same thing, but it's also like way more complicated than it has to be. And I get it because the negotiation system for like this would be like talking in the middle of a fight. You know what I mean? But yeah, for the info gathering, no, this seems very straightforward. Yeah, like you ask, compare info, and then get the options. Yeah, this seems very, very back and forth, very similar. It's actually both, Hawkins. So what we were looking at before was for talking within combat and the whole system of negotiating with the enemy and sort of like eventually sort of coming to an agreement. This is now if you were out of combat trying to get information. You can do this whole system in combat. But again, those take standard actions, so use your turns wisely. Let's see. Negotiation checks. Oh my god, also the amount of negotiation checks is like, it's too many luck checks. Okay. Let's see. The players make their decision. They may use a fate point here to make sure they don't fumble. And then play out the scene. We separate information into 3 different types listed below. Okay. Yeah, you gotta roll for talking mid-fight, then it counts towards your... Oh, you, my sweet summer child. You know what? We're referring back to the table here. Okay, you're not ready for this. By the way, don't worry about all these. These are the what-ifs. I'm gonna blow your mind here. Okay. Let's say we were gonna talk in the middle of a fight. Well, not only does that take your standard action, we have to determine 2 things to figure out where we start on this table. And yes, you determine your start point based on a couple of things from character creation. So if you are a demon and you're not the same type of demon or same tribe, you start at the bottom. If you're neutral, like say you don't like or hate me, then we're neither. And let's say our reason, which we'll talk about reasons later. Just assume, think of it as like a faction. If our factions are the same, then we start on the left-hand side. If they're opposing, they start on the right-hand side. If they are neither, they don't sort of mesh and nothing happens, we're in the middle. So for our example's sake here, okay, say we start here in the middle, like dead center. Now, I make the demand. Say I'm the DM. I'm the demon, okay? You're talking to me. I have to look at you and say, shut up, give me money. And if you do not give me that money, by the way, we make a negotiation check. So check number 1, give me money. You give me the money, make a check. If you succeed, then we move up and we go to up here where it's demand question. I, as the DM, need to ask you a question. If you satisfy me with a good answer, you make another check, and then we go to you've got a deal, and that means you won. Let's say you didn't. If you didn't, then let's go back to our middle here. And if you failed, we move to the right. Because we follow along the arrows here, so we move right. And now I'm going to ask you, give me an item. And if you don't give me that item, we make another check. And if we make the check successfully, then we just go back to give me money. But if you fail the check, that means I'm going to get angry and I'm going to punch you. And that's literally how it goes. We play the negotiation game where it's just, we make checks, I make demands, and then if you can meet my demands, then we're good. And if not, then you get the outcome. So like a lot of how negotiating in combat works is based on what your character aligns with. Then from there, we just sort of play the game of I ask you for something, it's up to you if you want to give it to me. And if you say yes or no, we make a check, then we see what the next thing is. And we just bounce back and forth on the chart. And that's basically how it works. Again, it sounds very complicated. It looks complicated, but it's not that bad. It could be worse. And as for you've got a deal, it means I give you a spell card for whatever demon I am. So you basically get to register me into a compendium. Big nonsense way to say you've got my demon powers. Basically. Very long, very complicated, but overall, kind of necessary if you're going to be playing this type of game, at least. Well, at least to me, you know what I mean? Ugh. And we're not even talking about like skills and all this other stuff, but look, I'll bring it up if my players ask about it. We'll talk about it, but oh boy, it's a lot. I'm gonna be real. Let's see. Yep. Okay, so the information you can gather is in 3 different bits. Let's see. Player character go out looking for information. This is what they usually or absolutely will obtain, even on a failed check. Think of this as the minimum info. You have your special info, things related to the truth of the story, or things that might lead to a better conclusion to the story. Even info like a boss's weakness. Okay. Oh yeah. It seems unnecessarily hard for people in general. Like, I guess that's sort of my like, all right, let's be candid here. My critique of this so far is I like the system because I think it's very interesting. My problem is it's a little bit unintuitive, where I would just say just make it a D20 system. You didn't need to make it like this double D10 system, because I'm gonna be real with you, bro. If we're running 2 D10s, you know what 10 plus 10 is? Fucking 20, bro. Just get a D20 and just use that instead. Now, I get it. I understand why. They want to say it's like, okay, well, you roll 1 dice, that's your 10s, and then your other dice is your singles, and then from there, you just sort of like determine, you know, your percentage. But it's like, if we're doing all that, bro, I don't know. I guess the other thing to keep in mind is this was written back in, I don't know, what, 2006, 2007? So it's like, yeah, this is kind of old, but like, at that point, like, what was it? D&D 4th edition was out? I don't know. It's like, you could have just borrowed some stuff from there. Well, okay, maybe not 4th edition. People don't like that one, but you sort of get what I'm saying, right? We could have just made a regular D20 system. Instead, we have D10, 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 D6. Like, what the fuck is going on here? Let's see. What else? Behaviors. Each demon on their stat block contains a behavior. D10, D10, yeah. See, it's a decent system for those who know SMT, but it's a huge barrier for new people who don't know the games. Exactly, yeah. That's like the best way you could have said it, because like that's sort of the problem that I'm having, where I know the games, so I understand why a lot of these systems work the way they do, because it's supposed to be an interpretation of a video game. You know, that's just what it is. But the more tricky, or I guess like the annoying part, in my opinion, is oddly enough, I guess just some of the video game stuff, like the negotiation here, this was extremely complicated for no reason. And we didn't even talk about like like the fusions. I think that's going to be kind of a real pain in the ass. You heard a funny joke, you want to hear it? Yeah, hit me. Tell me your joke. But it borrowed from Vampire the Masquerade for the D10 system. Yeah, like that's like, it's funny that you bring that up, because like I'm thinking about it when it comes to like VTM, and it's like VTM kind of does combat the same way, where it's all basically skill checks. Like I don't know if you've sat down and played Vampire the Masquerade, but it's all just skill checking. Like your strength check, does it beat this? Yes, you win. You know what I mean? It's not really about like D&D where it's like there's dealing damage, because everyone basically has like what, 5 hit points or something, like a pip of health or something, and it's just making checks back and forth, I think. Let's see, why did the chicken cross the road? Hit me. Why did the chicken cross the road? Yeah, combat is a very much a last resort in that game. Yeah, and that's kind of like how I feel about like how this goes. To find a dumb person's house. Oh no. Is that why the chicken showed up at my door? Oh man. But no, I completely get you there. Like it's weird though, because the combat in this, no idea, kind of bad, I guess. Damn. No, you're good, Hawkins. You know what? Yeah, hit me. Tell me another one. My god, is that a chicken emote? No way. Knock knock. All right, who's there? The chicken. No. I knew it. I knew it, man. I knew it, bro. Oh, banger alert. Hold up, banger alert. Hell yeah, let's go. The song is a banger. Let's see. Oh man. No, but I'm thinking about it in a sense too. Like, so Kruznik, on the side, I've been working on a campaign with this system. Now, it's funny because I've been, oh man, now I realize I've been working on this for like a while. It's actually been really difficult to work out. Like, I've actually spent so much time trying to rewrite handouts to explain how the game works, because it's tricky, honestly. And it's like, my friends at this point, they've mostly played like 3.5, some Pathfinder. Some of them have experience with 5th edition, but you know what I mean? I'm sitting here thinking about it, and it's like, I've been trying to write handouts to try and explain it like D&D, and I'm like, that's not really it. I think I just might have to explain it like as if we were playing Vampire the Masquerade. But yeah, there's like a lot of like little details that are like kind of tricky in this, where it's like, for some of them, they have played Shin Megami Tensei games, so they kind of know the background a little bit, or have like an idea of what to expect. But for some of my other players who haven't, this is a really tricky thing to do, because one, how do I, you know, set the stage for someone that has no idea on this? Granted, I know you could do that with a D&D game, but the thing is, D&D has a lot more freedom. This feels, while there is freedom, it is kind of rigid, you know? Also, oof, unfortunate, unlucky Hawkins. So it's more like you're trying to work within a lot of restriction, and like it gets even like, okay, so like here's the other thing too. All right, so what I'm working on for my players is a one shot where we're gonna have them go through essentially the beginning of Nocturne. The idea is I'm going to have the players spend half the session going through the before, you know, before the whole world ending conception. We're gonna have them be in Tokyo. The idea is that they've all been sort of members of this underground music forum that slowly became incorporated with the different cults, and that they were told to go to Yoyogi Park, where there's going to be a big meeting, or some way you can find out a way to survive the end of the world. And again, if anyone sort of knows about what happens in Nocturne, you would know that's where the bloodbath happens. So it would be them trying to survive the demon attack in the park and then leading them to somehow, you know, getting the players to the hospital. And after they survive the conception, that would be sort of the start, and have them do that as their first dungeon. Or like awaken way afterwards and have them do that as their first dungeon. And, you know, we'll have some players who want to become demons, turn into a demon. Some of them that want to become fiends will have ways of them turning into fiends, whether it be via their background, because the book does have ways, you know, you can become a fiend other than, well, just being picked by Lucifer and other things like that. So, and then like one of the player characters who wanted to stay human, and each of them had their own different goals on how they get there. Like, I think what's going to be very important to really make this work would be the session 0 when we make the characters, because it'll be a lot of lifting on the lore and stuff to really expand upon that section of the game that doesn't really have too much going on, to really like make it into like the intro and then pulling them and introducing them to the end of the world scenario. You know what I mean? Because if we were to run the full campaign, it involves a lot of like heavy things like factions, reasons, a lot of like big detailed stuff. So, you know, it's very complicated. Let's see, you have it and would love to play it, but your player group would not be able to handle it. Yeah, I know. Yeah, same. Let's see, you remember having a friend who liked demons so much she wanted to homebrew being a demonic werewolf? I mean, that's different. That's for sure. It could be funny. It could work. You would just need to double check to make sure it's balanced. You know, I've never actually played as a player character werewolf, or like had someone say they wanted to be a werewolf. I'm wondering how difficult that would be. I don't know if it's like in Skyrim where you don't want to be a werewolf, but who knows? Then again, it's like kind of the same case where it's like, I don't know about that. This was World of Warcraft, so it was kind of canon in the verse. You know what? Fair enough. Fair enough. Dude, you're gonna have a Worgen demon hunter, bro. Part demon, part werewolf, part hunter, or no, all hunter. It was a custom race option in 5e. Oh, okay. Okay. That makes sense then. Let's see, behaviors, humans, fiends. Let's see, fiends and humans do not generally possess personality keywords. For gender, simply use the character's gender. For age, most likely will be youths, but if the player wants, or if the GM allows it, there's no issue with them either being a child or an adult instead. Okay, and then these are just all the personality types. What the fuck? My brain immediately went to, I'm going to consume you. From the blob. Me eat you. See, one rule about warlocks in Warcraft is after spellcasting has banish. Yeah. Okay. Okay, yep. Fair enough. I mean, true, it would work because they're technically still demons. I mean, but then again, in that case, anyone who plays an undead, or anyone who is an undead in that universe, would get kind of wrecked by so many spells that are designed around shackling undead. Also, this track is another banger, one of my favorite. Works on Death Knight. Probably when they hit like Lichborn, right? Because I would assume they get turned into undead. No. Alright. Alright, boys. We're gonna have to lock the fuck in, okay? You see this section coming up? This is the section I worry about. Because, of course, one of my new players, they want to play as a demon. They are gonna have to interact with this system. I am worried. We're gonna have a hell of a lot of talking about here. Well, you know, on that regard, so let me pour myself some sparkling water, and let's get to reading, because we're gonna have quite a bit here, because just from like a glance here, it looks like they basically had to overhaul quite a bit to make this actually work. It worries me because I see so many varieties or like different ways to fuse, and I'm like, That worries me, to say the least. Now watch, granted, I feel like what'll actually happen when we get to playing is there's all these different options, but I feel like we're never going to use all of them. The fusion, dude, like Hawkins, you're like almost right there, because that's kind of what happens when the demons fuse. You know, sometimes they get put into a tube and melted into liquid and zapped together. Other times they just like get slammed together and turn into a new demon. You never know, man. Wow, very appropriate music. Thank you, playlist. Very appropriate music as I'm about to suffer. Yep, the demons fusion, huh? Hell yeah, dude. Okay. Let's do this. Let's lock in. Cheers, boys. Time to drink some water and let's get to it. Okay. Ooh, let's do this. Fusion and evolution. Let's see. If you add that as anything. Oh, you bet I will. Absolutely, I will. I'll find a way to do it. Let's see. This section explains fusion and evolution, some of the hallmark aspects of the Shin Megami Tensei series, as well as demon manifestation. Fusion is a process whereby fusing two demons, you gain one entirely different demon. The explanation in this section includes the normal fusion, cursed fusion, sacrificial, and rank up and rank down fusions. Okay. The evolution, meanwhile, is the process demons go through to become stronger. Once certain conditions are met, they will eventually change/evolve into a stronger demon than before. By the way, for the Necromancer, you've settled on 3 subclasses. Shadow Sovereign, commanding legions of spectral soldiers phasing through darkness, Eclipse Overlord, unraveling the essence with apocalyptic magic, and tiered undead summoners, or the Soul Weaver, mending allies through stolen vitality. I like that. I think that is awesome. Damn. Makes me wish that was real right away. That sounds so much cooler. You know what, let's get the Cathedral Shadows music on for this. If we're getting cooked, we're getting cooked the right way. Ah, well. Oh, we got the cursed version too playing, that's how you know. Okay. Let's get to it. Let's see, for demon player characters, fusion and evolution are their opportunity to gain power as they desire. Demon manifestation is another form of fusion wherein a demon or a human can change into another demon. Let's see, the 3 forms of evolution are seen by the demon cards on the, or are overseen by demon cards, the Compendium, and the Cathedral Shadows. Okay. Using these rules, player characters can completely change themselves. Completely change themselves. Demons can benefit from the demon manifestation as well as fusion. Depending on the circumstance, they can evolve. Humans, meanwhile, can fully transform themselves into demons via demon manifestation. However, doing so is a choice they cannot take back. Once a human becomes a demon, they cannot return to being human again. And since they cannot ingest Magatama, they can no longer become a fiend either, so you lock in. Oh yeah, we gotta cook. Oof. Alright, Demon Compendium. Let's see, the Demon Compendium is a tome, one which legends say contains every single demon that may be found in this world. Let's see, it is also said that it is also said that all knowledge of demons is written within its pages, and that it has the power to summon these demons. And indeed, that tome itself is made from sealed demons. Sadly, the original compendium was torn apart by page by page and scattered into the winds. What remains in circulation are inferior copies, which do not even hold a fraction of the original's power. However, in the Vortex world, the original compendium, or rather, fragments of it, though are thought to contain power equal to the original, are discovered at times. Many believe that when all of these fragments are collected, the original Demon Compendium is restored. A new reason will arise within the Vortex world. Interesting. Okay. I mean, that's a cool plot hook you can use. All right, okay. Oh, okay, boys. This is it. Demon cards. Yep, here we go. Demon cards are thought to have been produced via some alchemical process derived from the compendium or one of its fragments. Although referred to as a card, they're not necessarily literal cards. Yeah, I guess. You draw a demon imp in attack mode. And then you summon it. Of course. Let's see. Instead, demon cards are composed of their thesis, the knowledge term of them, the DNA of the soul itself, in a physical form. It would be no exaggeration to say that the card is the sealed essence of the demon itself. At the Cathedral Shadows, they claim that they can draw a demon's power from their card and use it to possess a human, or even, by combining multiple demons, bring to life a completely new demon. Okay, starter cards. Normally, when one obtains a demon card through negotiation, it is what is described in the rulebook as a starter card. By using the fusion rules described below, the card may be improved, and the card may inherit skills from other demons. Sure. Oh, yeah. Okay. Now... Oh, no, I already see fusion chart. Uh-oh. Alright, yep. I feel like we're gonna either have, like... Oh god. I'm sitting here thinking, I'm like, are my players gonna actually use this system? And it's so robust and elaborate, and I feel like the answer to that is no. But at the same time, I'm like... A lot of the high-level encounters require a lot of this stuff, so you really gotta, like, lock in. Oof. Well, we can do this. We can pull through. Look, we're doing it. We're doing it so other people can understand, including myself. Okay. Let's do this. Fusion. Demons can be fused at the Cathedral of Shadows. By fusing two different demons of two different clans, a new demon can be created that inherits skills from each. This new demon may be made into a card, and then a human, can be made into a card, and then human and demon player characters may manifest it with their bodies, or demon player characters may choose to fuse with that demon card. Let us call the two demons used for fusion ingredients demons. Okay. In normal fusion, you use the... Oh god, oh no. Okay. In normal fusion, you use the normal fusion chart. To find the clans or the clans of the ingredient demons, the point at which the clans align and intersect. Okay, so it's basically like looking at a multiplication table. I'm just gonna skip that part. Let's see, the newly fused thing, using a form... Why is there a formula? No, what? Bro. Okay. Level of the ingredient demons, added together, divided by 2, plus 2. Okay, you got that? Everyone got that? Okay, sure. Yeah, what? Like... I get it, but it's like, wouldn't it be like way simpler? Okay. Let's see. That new demon created post-fusion, should the fusion result be one of the expected demons listed below, they cannot be recreated through fusion. Instead, you may create an even higher level demon. Okay. Exceptions. Some demons cannot be created through fusion, otherwise they would require special conditions to be created. When your fusion result is one of the following demons, ignore it and find the demon a rank higher, or in this case, a rank down, and use a lower rank, and that'll be your result instead. Okay. Yeah. So basically, there's a lot of demons that are really good, and in this case, they're trying to limit the player power here. I know. I'm looking at this and I'm like, okay. Sure. Right. So we can't get any of these demons because these are special demons. So I would say these are like unique scenarios, like plot demons. So we can't get those via fusion unless otherwise stated. You know, unless like your DM throws you a bone. Okay, skill inheritance. The demon you gain after fusion may inherit skills from the demons used as its ingredients. The number of skills inherited depends on how many total skills the ingredient had before fusion. The player performing the fusion may select which skills are inherited. However, some may have an inheritance type to them. So, if the demon created via fusion cannot learn those skills unless it has the right inheritance traits. Oh, okay. So I guess that's to like prevent situations where, like, let's take Jack Frost, for example. Jack Frost is an ice demon. They probably don't want you to get fire spells on him. So that's probably what this is explaining. It's like, what's the word I'm looking for? It's, I was gonna say it's tribe. That's not it. Well, you get what I'm saying. It's like elemental type. You can't go opposites. Fair enough. Also, no matter how many skills the newly fused demon may inherit, it may not learn more than 8. Okay, yep. So still same cap as 8. Let's see. Including its initial skill. Initial skills cannot be removed or in favor of adding more inherited skills. Oh, yuck. Annoying. Oh, okay. Well, at least this table is helpful. The number of inherited skills. So let's say we're doing a fusion. We have 2 demons. They both have 8 skills, or they both have 4 skills. All of that added up together, that means 8. So that means we get to choose which 3 skills from all of the 8 skills get to be added on. Okay, I get that part. That's fair enough. All right, sacrificial fusion. Okay, now this is like really niche because again, can only be performed when the Kagatsuchi's full. I'm the DM. I get to determine when that is. So interesting. Yeah, no problem, Hawkins. Okay. Let's see. Sacrificial fusion may be performed when Kagatsuchi is full. In addition to the demons used in a normal fusion, one more demon is chosen as a sacrifice, then added to the fusion. In sacrificial fusion, the level of the newly fused demon will be whichever is higher. Let's see, the level it would have been without the sacrifice, or the sacrificial demon's level. Moreover, the sacrifice's skills are added to the total pool. So, okay, so I guess like, let's say it was 4, 4, and 4. Then we would just have, you get 4 inherited skills if we're going based off this table. Okay. Let's see. Sad your favorite demons aren't in here. I'm surprised Matador. Yeah, I know. I feel, and it's weird because it's like this version of the book specifically talks about the Maniacs version as well, too. You know what I mean? So I'm pretty surprised, too, that that's just not in here. That is weird. I mean, I guess, of course, you can always just add him in. I mean, there's no rule saying you can't just hit up the Mega 10 wiki, get his move list, and slap it in there. Because, I'm going to be honest with you, you could probably just import any Mega 10 demon in and just, like, find skill equivalents in the book. If I had to be honest with you. Would it be fair? No. These demons would be cracked the fuck out. But would it be a fun challenge? Possibly. Possibly. Let's see what else we got here. Let's see. When a demon's level would increase through sacrificial fusion, to be certain to increase its stats per level. Okay, so you would need to make sure you level up the demon to the level it needs to be before you fuse it. Wow. Okay. It's pretty much a video game on paper. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, like, I guess, okay, so, like, I know we had our gripes about it, but that is, like, the upside and downside to this, you know what I mean? Where it's, like, upside, it's literally the game on paper. Downside, it's still the game on paper. Which is kind of tricky, you know what I mean? Because, again, as much as I like Mega 10, it is kind of tricky. Like, it's, if you're someone who's not very familiar with, like, the games, yeah, this system is going to be hella overwhelming. I mean, even me being someone who has experience with Mega 10. Yeah, reading all this is kind of like, oh god, there's so much, so many systems, so many checks you have to make for like things like negotiations. But it's like, when you think about it out loud, yeah, it literally works like how it does in the game. But then you realize the game helps out because there's automation. When you're doing it at a tabletop, you're the DM. You are the automation. Or as me and my friends would jokingly say, you're the computer. You're la computador. So, you know what I mean? You're supposed to sort of be the liaison for the players on that. And I'll be honest with you. I don't know if I would recommend a new player to play as a demon. Just because this whole fusion system can be a little bit overwhelming. But then again, it is something that everyone interacts with. So, go figure, am I right? But who's to tell me to tell you to stop that? I think you should try it, do whatever you want. But just keep in mind, it can get a bit complicated when we look at more of these, like, difficult parts of it. Like, we looked at negotiation. This was, again, like, the part of the book I was worried about, which was understanding how fusion works. Let's see. What else? So, yeah, when it's being fused up, and we basically round up, we need to make sure the demon's leveled up, and then we do all this. Let's see. Also, should the difference in levels be 10 levels or more? Instead of doing each level manually, do the following for full 10 levels. Interesting. Okay. Let's keep on going. Oh boy. Oh, we're not going to look at that yet. We're not going to look at that just yet. Okay. Same class fusion, or same clan fusion. When two demons of the same clan are fused, then the resulting demon will be a specific element demon. No, not. Oh my god, bro. Okay. With no regard for levels, it will still inherit skills normally, though sacrificial fusion, a partially high-level elemental demon may be created. Elements born from fusion. Specific element is born when two demons from the same clan are fused, and this is the combinations below. Wow, Flamus literally only has 2 options, but everyone else has at least 3 or 4. Okay, rank up and rank down fusion. Fusing with elemental demons, or with any non-element, the resulting demon is as... When fusing an element demon with any non-elemental, the resulting demon is of the same clan as the non-elemental demon, but one rank higher or lower, and it depends... Oh wow, so it literally is just high-low, depends on whatever it is. Okay. Rank up in this case means to take the non-elemental fusion and find a demon that is closest to it in level within the same clan, but rank up. Rank down means to find one level lower, or one lower in level. Okay. When performed while cursed, it's reversed. Right. Because that was a mechanic in the game. Okay. So it's literally, if you are cursed, just do the opposite. Got it. Wow, unironically, you do want to be cursed when you do this, because look at all this, you can get as many rank ups as you can. Interesting. Oh yeah, yep, and then here's the fusion chart. Hold on, let me, can I just do this real quick? Oh, whoops, hold on. There we go. Yep, alright, we got our fusion table. Wow. Oh god, oh no, and then the cursed fusion table is literally just that upside down. Okay. Wow. I'm gonna have a lot of handout resources for my players, and they're not gonna be very happy with me. Okay, let's get this the right side up. Yep, and then here's the other table. Oh boy, alright. You know what? I will take that opportunity. Time to stretch. Remember, stretch, eat, drink, be merry. You know, the whole 9 yards. Drink some water. Ooh, this theme's good. I think it's Hijiri's theme. Okay. Cursed fusion, as opposed to normal fusion. When one is cursed, their aura of misfortune has greatly affected the demon fusion, or has a great effect on demon fusion. Should even one member of the party be cursed, when someone attempts fusion, they will, then they use the cursed fusion table instead of the normal one. We refer to this as a cursed fusion. In addition to making it easier to create dark aligned demons, the results of rank up and rank down fusions are reversed. Mitamas. Damn, they really just were like, fuck it. They put this in here too, okay. Alright, so we have the elementals, then we have the Mitamas. Oh my god, dude. Okay. Mitama is a special kind of demon that enhances stats akin to a Magatama for a demon or okay, so this is how demon player characters don't fall behind. Damn, being a demon's rough. You actually have to like really crank out this system to like keep on buffing yourself. I'm starting to get it now. Oh my god, the squid. Dude, the squid with the paws like that. Oh my god. I can't believe you recreated Ultros in my chat. Let's see. Okay, so Mitamas are a special kind of demon that enhances stats, akin to a Magatama for a demon player character. One can acquire a Mitama by trading gems at Rag's jewelry store or by creating one through the fusion of two elemental demons. Unfortunately, a Mitama's demon card cannot be reproduced through the demon compendium. When a Mitama is fused with other demons, the following changes occur to the demon's stats, regardless of their level or clan. +2 stats according to the Mitama type. You may inherit one skill the Mitama has, and then -1 to the demon's maximum fate points. Okay, I see. And Mitamas cannot be used in sacrificial fusion. Okay, fair enough. Interesting. Okay, so I guess you're trading off your fate points for this, but I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you, it's like fate points are really good, but if I'm getting like permanent stat bumps, I would say that's almost like way more worth it IMO, but go figure. I guess it's really where your head's at. Mitama combinations, I'm not gonna worry about that. Stat increases, okay, this one we might care about a little bit, because it looks like everything mostly gives vitality, which is good. Let's see, Nigi Mitama is 2 magic, 2 luck. The Aramitama gives you strength and agility. Now, okay, you know which 2 people are going to probably try to get as many of, because if this is a Mega 10 game, all right, well, you know what stats are good. All right, special fusion. Some demons may only be created by a special fusion when specific combinations of demons are utilized. When these combinations are used in fusion, you must ignore whatever the result would be normally, and then use the recipe below, basically. Yeah, okay. For these, a third demon is selected like in a sacrificial fusion, but the final demon does not inherit the sacrifice demon's level. This is a combo that would therefore be called a triple fusion. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Let's see, you got Shiva, Raphael, Gabriel, Amaterasu, Michael, Ongyoki, Garulu, Samael, and Guramakala. Okay. Not bad. I do like that there are special fusions, as kind of archaic as it can get. It's still pretty good. Okay. Evolution. Some demons may evolve into different demons when they reach certain levels. Depending on the demon, which demon they may evolve into may already be specified. So it'd probably be like Pixie into High Pixie and other such cases. Once the party reaches the level... Wait, hold on. Once the party level reaches the indicated level, a demon player character who has manifested such a demon may choose whether or not to evolve once they level up. If they decide to evolve, then their stats change to those of the evolution target that they were going to manifest. Okay. Inheritance at evolution. When evolving, a demon's skills are reset to those of their target's evolution. However, the demon may inherit 2 skills from the demon they were once before they evolved as an extra skill. Okay. Level regression at evolution. Okay, I'm curious. How does this work? Rarely there are times when upon leveling okay. Rarely there may be a time upon leveling or evolving, the target's evolution is a lower level than that is of its previous state. When this happens, to change the demon's level to what it was prior and then advance them as per normal level up rules. Okay, so you account for the level difference and you just work to bump it back up. That sounds fair. Oh, I was like, what track is this? Oh, this is Isamu. You know, hold on, let's switch it up a little bit. What's a fun one to listen to? You know what? We can listen to the Labyrinth of Amala for a little bit. A little bit ominous while we're reading through. Okay, for example, if a level 12 pixie turns into a high pixie, which is technically a level 10, advance it back up to level 12 immediately. I mean, that sounds fair enough. You don't want to have... Okay. You don't want to have a level difference that's that big when it comes to, like, any TTRPG IMO. You want to make sure, like, that's just how it is, you know? So, in that case, I'm okay with that. Starter level option. As an exception to the normal evolve rules, when a pixie is evolving into high pixie or a mini frost into a jack frost, they may do so without respecting the limits of the party level. That is, once a pixie reaches level 6, at any time when leveling up beyond that, they may turn into a high pixie around level 10. Similarly, mini frost may evolve into jack frost at 7 upon reaching level 4 or any level thereafter. Okay. Sounds good enough for me, in my opinion. I think that's like a better option because then you're not stuck in like basically the baby form of a demon for too long, and you know, you can at least like start working into something that will become either fusion fodder or something else. Interesting. Very interesting way to go about it. Let's see. Our demon manifestation. You have the power. Welcome back. Let's see. Okay, demon manifestation. Power dwelling within a demon card can, through the use of the ritual circles at the Cathedral of Shadows, be summoned for a time in the Vortex world. When the summoned demon, the summoned demon will then possess a human or a demon player character, allowing them to exist outside of the rituals and thus live in the Vortex world. Interesting. What did you miss? We kind of just went over like evolution and how basically, if you say you were playing as a demon, how you would gain additional stats and learn new skills. That's just kind of what we're looking at. I think this section is talking about turning into the demon. Did you see Devil Summoner is getting a remaster? Which one? Is it the Rito one? Because I know we did that whole thing talking about Rito, but is like actual Devil Summoner 1 getting remastered? Or is it a better question? Is Devil Summoner 1 getting an English release? Because that's something that I've wanted to check out, but we never got around to it because there's no English version, I think. Or did they like just announce it, or are we getting pranked? Like, you know, it's bad enough when I have to ask, are you kidding, or is this for real? Is this real, chat? Oh, man. You know, hold on, let me switch up the music here a little bit. Let's get something more fun. Right up for Switch? Yeah. Yeah. We did a whole like hour-long reaction of it for Rito. It's great. We took a look at the 22-minute breakdown that they showed on the main channel. It was really nice. I'm definitely looking forward to it. It's funny because originally Kyle and I were looking to stream the Rito game probably as like one, like we were looking at doing like the rest of like the PS2 Atlas games that we were missing, and we were kind of deciding which one to go with, and Rito was on the list. It's funny now, Rito, it's still on the list, but we moved it back a little bit because now we're like, oh, we can just wait because we can just like play the new Rito when it comes out. I'm looking forward to the remaster. I think it looks awesome. I can't wait to really get my hands on it. because I only played a little bit of Rito 1 before, and I think I liked the concept of the game, but it was just really clunky. It kind of reminded me a bit of like, what's it called? Devil May Cry 1, which it's funny, now I realize now I've streamed DMC 3 and 2, and at some point, we'll probably do 1 for fun at some point. Although, you know, I'm sure you guys are used to it by now where it's like, I'm kind of bad at action games, but it's still fun to play. Oh my god, I'm thinking about that dude. It took me like, what, almost like 2 hours to beat Virgil 3? Oh man. The DMC animation came out in 2 days. Yeah, I gotta sit down and like take a look at that, because I do want to take a look at the new Devil May Cry anime. And you'll get one of my classical reviews on this, where I'll just sit there and I'll talk about it for a while. It's funny because it always, when I think about like an anime review, I'm always thinking back to like one of the earliest clips that we've got on the channel from like, I think when Kyalb and I were playing SMT 2, and Kyalb gave me like a whole review of like what interspecies reviewers or something ridiculous, and I'm like, I'm just sitting there stuck in the infinite Tsukiyomi of I have to fight 20 bosses in a row because someone who programmed SMT2 thought it was a funny idea to have you fight every single heavenly king. Now Hawkins, believe me, I said 22 bosses, okay? And I want you to know, each boss died in 1 hit. So it was 22 boss fights back to back of I one-shot the enemy, we move 1 step forward, I fight another boss, we one-shot the enemy, and the whole time Kyalb was sitting there telling me about interspecies reviewers, and I'm just like, I feel like I am super cooked. I'm like, I feel like I am the baked potato wrapped in aluminum foil that was just thrown into the microwave. It was funny, man. Oh man. It's funny because I like looking back at some of these like older clips when we were playing some of the more retro Mega 10 games. I feel like at some point we're definitely going to probably play one of them again, or like do something along those lines, but you know what I mean? Also, oh, whoa. Did I like break the chat box? Oh, I totally broke the chat box. Oh, my bad. Hold on. I gotta fix you guys. My bad. That's what I get for messing with something. Oh, whoops. Hold on. I think you guys are fixed. Sort of. Yeah, there you go. My bad. I hit the wrong button. All good, all good. You hate now. I mean, look, it's okay. Fair enough. Oh man. Let's see, where were we at? I know we went on a bit of a tangent. I love how I unashamed. Yep. Fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, look, I'm sure we've talked about like other like ridiculous things too. Like some of like I was cracking up because like if you look back at some of like the old like clips from SMT2, dude, there were so many clips where me and Kyalb were just done, and it's like either I'm just like cooked because the random encounters were so high in that game, or he's just like, I'm so sick and tired of us getting lost. Meanwhile, we have a map and it's written in Japanese. Look, okay. Here's my gripe, or I think this is maybe what made it funnier. So when we played SMT2, there's like maybe 1 guide at the time, and like a lot of these older Mega 10 games, there really wasn't good resources for it. It's not like Nocturne or any of these modern games. Like the older Mega 10 games are fun, but there really wasn't good resources or like stuff like that. And I think one of my favorite things was there was one time we were kind of curious and we were trying to find in-game maps, and we couldn't find any maps, but there was one guy. Now, Kyalb was browsing GameFAQs, and on GameFAQs, on a guide, somewhere on like a forum post, some guy left his email and said, hey, I have all of the maps for the game, and I ripped it. Do you want them? He's like, if anyone wants this, I still have them. Last time that message was posted was like 8 years ago. And I was cracking up because we're on stream and Kyalb goes, you know what? fuck it, I'll email him. And he actually got the maps. The dude sent him an email like a couple of days later and said, holy shit, dude, I forgot about that post. And he goes, well, you're in luck. I still have the files. So he gave us the SMT2 maps, like, of the whole game. So we have that, like, I have that file still saved somewhere here on my computer. And I was cracking up because I'm like, dude, he has no idea how he saved the day for us one of those times. Because, like, at that point, it's like, I think if you were looking for, like, maps or, like, more good enough information for, like, SMT2, you had to go to, like, Japanese sites and use, like, Google Lens to translate, and it's, like, rough. But, you know, it was just fun because, you know, it's some of the, like, the old SMT streams that we did have some of those moments where I'm like, that's some shit that I can never recreate ever. Like, who the hell is gonna just email a random guy on GameFAQs like 10 years later and hope that he still has it? But hey, it happened. It worked. We got that. Oh man. That, and it's like, I think one of the other funny things, I think Kyle ordered when we were playing Nocturne the first time, he was kind of curious because we of course Nocturne actually has guidebooks and stuff, you know. So we were talking about that, and he was like, you know, I'm kind of curious. I wonder if the old guidebooks are still any good, because we had a PDF copy of, like, it wasn't even a Brady Games guidebook. It was like some European, I think, guidebook for Nocturne. You could tell because it was called Lucifer's Call. And we were cracking up because he's like, I wonder if I could get a physical copy of one of these books. And lo and behold, he eventually found one, like, on eBay or something. Yeah, that's some old school shit right there. Dude, for real. It's so impressive to me because, like, for me, like, that's kind of where, like, why I feel like I enjoy a lot of the retro Mega 10 games so much, because there's, like, a level of obscurity to these games where it's like, we're in, like, 2025, okay? These games came out in, like, 1990, who cares, okay? And we're up to this point and no one has given a fuck to, like, actually put all this information together in a nice place. So, like, we were laughing because, like, when we did it, I think it was, like, what, 2019? Something like, no, that was a while ago, holy shit. But, like, or, like, 2020, and we did, like, our SMT streams back then. And we were looking at places like, what was it, NeoGAF? No, not NeoGAF. It was, oh my god, it was like the Let's Play Archive? I can't remember. It's like an old website that used to have people doing Let's Plays before video Let's Plays were a thing. Yeah. Yeah, and the guy had screenshots of him going through the dungeons and him sort of talking about what he was doing while he was playing the game. And when you had that, the only other guide for, like, SMT2 was a guide on GameFAQs, which, it's funny because if you follow, like, Mega 10, it kind of made news. Newgrounds? No, I don't think it was Newgrounds. It's like the Let's Play Archive. I can't remember what website that was. I don't think it was NeoGAF. It was like Neo something. I can't remember. It was years ago. But we were cracking up because, like, some of these, like, the way you get this information, it feels like you're on a scavenger hunt. You know what I mean? You're like really digging through, like, a lot of these, like, old sources, like these old websites. It's like, it feels like you're on an adventure. Because, like, okay, one of the other things. So when we played SMT If, there was a dungeon, like, in the mid to late in Neopets. Yeah, we went to the Neopets forum. Oh man. So like, okay, another good example I could give you was hold on, let me change this music. Let's listen to this. When we were playing SMT If, the final dungeon was really bad and there really wasn't a good map. And what happened is, so I always, like, okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. I was not a big fan of SMT If because I don't like the changes they made from like SMT2 to If. But If had to happen because that's how we got Persona. Now, my problem is SMT If is literally a ROM hack of SMT2. But it's like if a ROM hack, like the guys who wrote that game were just like, 2 wasn't hard enough, so fuck you. We're going to make these dungeons horrible. And it's like all of the maps are atrocious. The mechanics in some of these dungeons are And then it's like the final dungeon. Like, let's say you were doing this without like having a map externally or having a piece of paper to write down stuff. Okay. The final couple of floors, like let's say you're using the map spell in game, because yeah, this game's old enough that you have to cast the map spell. That shit does not work. It turns off after a certain floor. It just says, boom, the floors are dark. You can't access your comp. Get fucked. Good luck. Go wander around the maze in darkness. Absolutely diabolical design. But you want to know what saved the day? And it's something that's so funny, was that when me and Kyle got to that section, he drew a map on paper and was sending it to me back and forth in Discord while we were in call on stream. And we were using a paper-made map that he just cooked up while he was doing this, trying to help me figure it out, because you couldn't even tell if you were bumping against a wall. So it just looks like this big spiraling zigzag that he drew on a map, and I'm like, okay, I guess that's the way we're going. So it's like, you know, that to me, that's where a lot of the fun happened to me when it came to like playing these older games, was like, there's just a lot of stuff you just don't really do compared to like a modern game. You know what I mean? So there you go. It's kind of something. Okay, well, I should probably get back to reading this, huh? It's been a minute. I've been rambling about a bunch of stuff. Okay, where were we at? Demon Manifestation. Let's see. Power dwelling in cards can be used through summoning circles of the Cathedral Shadows and be summoned for a time in the Vortex world. The summoned demon will then possess a human or a demon player character, allowing them to exist outside of that. Okay, so you can't exactly summon demons. It's more or less like, do you offer your human player character to become one, or do you offer it to your demon player character to just enhance them? Let's see, humans who become a demon this way will therefore become a demon player character with no way of returning back to being a human. For demon player characters who receive the summoned demon, they can become that demon. In either case, the demon card that was used for the summoning is now lost. Okay. As a general rule, no demon may be manifested that has a higher level than the party. All right. Changing stats and manifestation. When manifesting a demon, let's see, take the following steps to change your stats on your sheet. Change your level. After manifesting a new demon, the player character's level becomes whatever the starting level is for that demon. You may not manifest a demon with a higher level than the party. Let's see. When your level changes, set your EXP amount to be as though you just reached that level, no more or less. A human changing into a demon does this well, or does this as well. Okay. Change your stats. Your stats after manifestation are the stats of the demon you manifested. Any stats a demon player character had prior are lost. Skill inheritance. Let's see, demon player characters gain the initial skills of their manifested demon. In addition, they may inherit some of the skills they had before the manifestation. The amount they may inherit is equal to the player character's level divided by 10 plus 1. And the player may choose freely among their old skills. Remember the skill cap of 8. Initial skills may not be discarded to increase the number of potential of inherited skills. Okay, fair enough. You can make a demon barbecue meal and eat it to become one. Yo, true. You know, it's funny, actually, that you bring that up, because that's... I was going to say, it's kind of interesting in some SMT settings. Yeah, they literally just cook some of the demons and just eat them. So, there you go. Let's see. However, you should have a skill in here. Oh, okay, right, we already talked about that. You're listening. I mean, yeah. Let's see. So what you're saying is demon chili fries is canon. Yes, that is exactly what I'm saying. It absolutely is. Oh, whoops. Oh, my bad. Don't mind me just breaking chat real quick. Look, that's what happens when I alt tab. Like, note to self, just don't alt tab. Oh my god. The chat has a mind of its own. You guys are attacking. Here we go. Let me just fix that real quick. And if I just do this, and then this. Oh, don't worry, you guys are invisible. No, don't worry, you're good. I'm just fixing this real quick. Oh my god. No, not the grab. I know, you guys are coming straight out of the chat box to try and kill me. Okay, that should work. Hopefully you guys are good. Let's see. Special skills. Certain demon fusions can't be inherent. Okay, right. So it's basically specific things that are locked to certain demons. Recalculate values. Following changes to stats and skills, recalculate all that. Okay, so I guess that'd be leveling up. Okay, recording in the compendium. The minister at the Cathedral of Shadows claims the demon compendium there is the original, though the veracity of this has yet to be confirmed. Regardless, you can record demons within it. Once a demon is recorded, you may for a small fee have its demon card reconstructed for you with all the same stats when it was recorded. Interesting. Oh god, what the hell? Oh god. Ads are gone. Don't worry, the chat box is back. Sort of. Also, I may or may not have to like bump up the the text size later because I think it may be a little bit too small, but I don't know. You guys let me know. On or on chat at least. Oh brother. The tiny power. Look, it's okay, don't worry. We'll fix it eventually. Look, you know what that means? That just means more work for me after stream. Okay, let's see. Reconstruction may be purchased once per type of demon, per full revel. Okay, so you can get a skill card that you registered. You can buy one every full cycle. You can always make sure to update your demons because that's what's going to make sure you can always get the most back. Let's see, the fee is the price of the demon card is equal to the demon's level times 100 or the demon's level cubed, whatever is higher. Bro. You think we're getting a little nerdy with it now? Okay, sure. I've never read that one before. They're just like, it's the demon's level cubed. Huh? Okay. Okay, the Tale of Mr. Heho, an example of fusion. Mr. Heho is a demon player character with the goal of becoming a strong demon. Yeah. His true name is Leviathan, a name shared only by legendary beasts. Or shared by a legendary beast. Okay. In this last battle, he finally hit 16, but his other friend, Hirasawa, was way ahead of him at level 19. Already learned the skill of it, or all the skills available to Jack Frost, so he thought he might ought to change into a stronger demon. He had plenty of chances so far, but his friend would always tell him that he was fine just as he was, and he didn't seem inclined to take him to the Cathedral Shadows. He thought it might have something to do with how Pixie had just become a high Pixie. Okay. Regardless, since he had his hot little mitts on a few demon cards already, so Asperus, Lilum, and Inagami. See, their stats were, at this time, exactly as you see them in the book. Sure. It's been pretty difficult to get Hirasawa and the other to hand over the Asperus and Lilum cards. Not so much the Inagami card. Let's see. I guess I gotta do some fusion, or Fusion He-Ho. Okay. Are the demons cube shape? Maybe. Just maybe. Let's see. It'd been pretty difficult to... yeah. Let's see. The cards he'd gotten were fairly weak compared to the party level, so he set his beady little eyes on fusion to make himself into a stronger demon. Next to him, their other friend, Yuki, kept muttering stuff like, the party level is 19. You know that the demon... Or you know what demon's at level 19. But honestly, Mr. Heho never sweated over the small stuff like that. He just wanted to dive in and see for himself. He thought that he'd check to see what Asperus and Inugami might make. Since he was not cursed, he looked up the normal table, where, fallen. Since the lowest level fallen was Fornius, that means he would become Fornius, he thought. When we last chanced to do battle with that demon, everyone except myself shrugged off to contend with his might. Should my form ascend to one such as his, then perhaps then my companions would see my strength. Alright. There is at least one cube-shaped demon, true. Let's Hee-ho, let's go! When Mr. Hee-ho visited the old coot at the Cathedral of Shadows, the man gave him a firm shake on his head. It seems you cannot handle that one yet. I'm only one level off, dude. He ought to be cool with it, ho. We're like family. I do not see thy resemblance. My answer is final. He was up a creek without a paddle, but Mr. Hee-ho didn't allow his spirits to remain down forever. Instead, he tried to see what combination of Lilim and Inagami would do for him. The fusion result would be a fairy clan demon. He found. Adding together the levels of the ingredient demons and then dividing by 2, that got him to 12. The fairy demon, who was closest to 12 without going below, was Jack-o'-lantern. At level 19, he was perfectly in line with the party level. He was perfect. And better still, Jack-o'-lantern looked cool as heck. Oh, man. Time to fuse He-on and make myself into a Jack-o'-lantern. Mr. Hee-ho didn't stop to wonder why his friend Hirasawa was groaning. Something about his sweet Lilim or whatever. Once the fusion was complete, the resulting demon could inherit some of the skills of the ingredient demons. And since the ingredient demons together knew a total of 4 skills, Jack-o'-lantern could inherit 2 of those skills. Naturally, he wanted the strongest skills. Okay. Fire Breath and Feral Bite from Inagami seemed like the most likely thing, but he has an inheritance trait included Mouth. But wait. Jack-o'-lantern's inheritance traits included Mouth but did not include Teeth. As such, he could not inherit Feral Bite. Interesting. Nothing he could do, so instead he chose Lilim's Sexy Gaze. Jack-o'-lantern had the eye inheritance trait, so it was fine. Thus, oh my god, thus was the swaggering, flirtatious Jack-o'-lantern born. Naturally, Mr. Hee-ho went right into manifestation afterwards. Upon manifesting, all of Mr. Hee-ho's stats, other than his skills, changed to Jack-o'-lantern's skills too. Or his skills too. He would go that way, and of course, there would be some inheritance, as Mr. Hee-ho's level was now 19, dividing that by 10, and getting, oh my god, and adding 1 got him 2, meaning he could inherit 2 of his old skills, and he chose Might and Mabofu to bring over. Okay. After that, he had to redo all the stats on his sheet, accounting for his new levels, and now he was exactly the amount of EXP required to be 19. It would take some time, to level up again, but as long as he was that much stronger, he could live with it. And thus do we behold the birth of a brand new Levy. Let him cast aside the old moniker of Mr. Hee-ho. We're still in it to hee-ho in it, ho. Oh dear, it seems that horrible way of speaking didn't go anywhere either. And then this would be his new stats. Okay. So all demon shapes. Who's going to be the Doomslayer? No, you know who the Doomslayer is? It's whoever decides to play human in this setting. You basically are the Doomslayer at that point. Because you're the one who's going to actually just go and shoot demons. Okay. Cooldown. Once the game is over, there are a few things to take care of. As a whole, these things are called the cooldown. And here is where we hand out EXP and do character evaluations. Handing out EXP. Each player character who participated in the story until the end gains the EXP below. Scenario XP equals player level times 10. Any player characters who have enough EXP to level up may do so. Character evaluations. Here, each player reviews all the characters and then they have alongside the game. The GM will pass out a review sheet. To each player, you should fill in your name and your character's name first. Then pass the sheets out clockwise around the table. Once you have a new sheet, write down your impressions and any thoughts you have and your assessment of the character's alignment. Once everyone is done, pass the sheets around clockwise and repeat until you're holding your the sheet again. And this step is complete. Alignment. Wow, we're finally on this section again. Hold on, let me change the music real quick. Oh yeah, because Shasha's theme is next. We're not listening to that. We'll listen to this. Good old Cathedral of Shadow. There we go. Actually, you know what? Before we continue reading here, I think I will be right back 1 second. So let me just crank up the music. I'm going to just throw us to the be right back screen. I'll be back like 1 second. Be right back, everybody. Okay. Let me, make sure we're good here. Thank you, appreciate it. You got into a fight with a piece of garlic bread. Oh, dude, I could go for some garlic bread right now. He somehow came out with a black eye. Oh, no. Look, man, that's what happens when you're messing with the garlic bread cleric, dude. Oh, man. Dude, I'm never going to forget that. When the first time I looked at the D&D homebrew on stream, that was something. You would make an ultimate negotiator type character. And Reese ask each demon for their blood type so you can recreate the perfect being. Oh my god. Oh man. You know, it's funny, I'm thinking about it. I'm really glad that we ended up taking a look at that Rita video on stream. That was a lot of fun, actually. Good fun. Shadow the Demon Hedgehog, bro. My man said, I will become Bugaboo. I will make him. Oh man. Anyways, also this track is kind of a banger because it's like a remix of the main map theme from SMT4. Actually, you know what? Let's pull a bit of the SMT4 soundtrack. Also, yeah, this man, East Madness is like such a banger. Where's the SMT4 soundtrack? Hold on, I gotta like pull it up. Or do we bust out the Undermine soundtrack from WoW? Because that recently came out, and it's got some pretty good tracks, but it's a very short album. We'll hold on to that for now. Hold up, I got you. Let me pull up. Where is it? There we go. Oh, you know what? We got SMT2 music, you know what? Why not? We'll listen to this for just a little bit, because all these are like super short tracks. Old school banger. Let's see. The people who run the WoW YouTube account have been posting funny. Yeah, okay. It's funny. I've actually been seeing that lately. They've been posting a lot of good ones lately. Like some good bangers out there. Dude, did you see when they recreated that whole dude's like morning routine? Have you seen that one? That one's pretty funny. Or the literal playable house is. I love that. And I also like that they got Platinum WoW to do like a bunch of the videos for them too. That one's pretty good. Yeah. I'm glad that they've been getting a lot better with their social media game. They're having a lot of fun now with some of the posts that they're doing. All right, let's take a look. So, character evaluations. Okay, we already talked about that. We passed the sheet around, and basically everyone writes some notes. And then from there, the GM sort of double checks to see if there are any alignment shifts. So speaking of that, oh, hey, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Let's see, alignment. One of the following words when assessing each other's character alignment, or select one of them. Lawful. The character was disciplined, they had integrity, and often made sure to follow the rules. They were logical. Chaotic. The character was ruled by emotion. They were often passionate. Artistic. Often provided insight or inspiration. Okay. Neutral. Now, the character tended towards the middle of the road, often arbitrated between two parties. They practiced restraint and showed modesty. Light. The character was overflowing with benevolence. They demanded justice, saved people, or provided aid to some sort of kind. Cleared away the gloom. Yeah, how's your day been? Yeah, it's been pretty good. Hopefully your day's been doing good too. Let's see, dark. The character was brutal. They played dirty, acted without justice, displayed self-righteous behavior, deceived others, or caused them harm, often was self-deprecating or harmful to self. Eho. The character was comical. They caused the fun to increase for all players, made others laugh, did gags, made jokes, and played their bit. Let's see, alignment role. Once the review sheets are finished, the GM will collect them and they determine the alignment most often given for each other, or for each character with a 1d10 roll. The character gains that many points towards that alignment. If they have other points towards those alignment, those reduced by 1. Okay, I see. Afterward, the character is the alignment that they have the most points in. Interesting. Oh, okay, I see. So that's how they would do it. You know, that's kind of interesting, because I know most of the time in our TTRPGs, we usually either, well, just ignore alignment, or that's something that we determine like at the start of our campaigns, and we just sort of have our players roleplay around it, etc. It's not like an old D&D or Pathfinder where there are just straight up spells that are restricted by alignment. Like you like certain spells would have different effects depending on your alignment, etc., etc. So interesting. This is very much of a much more gamified version of that. And I'm sure we can have this come into play, because I think this does sort of correspond with like if you were trying to do like negotiation stuff, I think. Because at least that's what it seemed like. Well, interesting. I'm surprised that the whole alignment roll is a thing. Because I know, like, typically, whenever we're doing, like, tabletop stuff, you usually would not want, like, you know, your GM rolling your alignment or, like, making those types of changes. It would be kind of weird, but okay. Oh, we're skipping this track. Where's my favorite track here? Is it this one? Oh, it's this one. Oh yeah, this one's a banger. Spent a few hours adding indie TTRPGs to IGDB. That's awesome. I won't just have to put the generic TTRPG category. They can actually have the game. You added 5 to start. Cool. That's awesome. That's like super nice of you. I'm sure that's kind of like a tough one, because you would probably need to like get the resources and then just like throw it up there just so people know. Because I know most of the time when I've been reading through a lot of these older TTRPGs, I've just been mostly just hanging out within the TTRPG category. But no, that's cool. I like that. That's awesome. Good on you. Let's see. On alignments. Alignments are the quantifying way of how other characters view a particular player character. Like reasons, they're meant to work as a flavor to enhance the story of Tokyo Conception. The GM may decide whether they want alignments to mean anything in a particular session, as it should be noted. However, there are a lot of player characters with the dark alignment. The content of the story may become somewhat negative or bad feeling. GMs should be mindful of this. Yeah, that would be kind of the case. I guess, well, you know, thinking about it now, that's more or less the case of like when it comes to like evil parties in D&D. You just want to make sure, you know, you've kind of got the right mindset. Like you need to talk about this with your players going into it. Did a test stream, notice your groups were categorized. There's things like D&D, Pathfinder, and Starfinder, and that's it. Yeah, I noticed that. It's funny. I'll be honest. I didn't actually know that there were specific categories for like things like D&D. I was just always within the general purpose group. But no, that's good. It's good that you noticed that, because it makes me think of like, you know, other systems, like things like Vampire the Masquerade, or like if you were going to play a Warhammer tabletop or something. No, awesome. That's sick. Thanks again for doing that. Good on you, man. Let's see. Let's see, on the review sheet. Now for real. Damn, did I write this? Let's see. On the review sheet, once the GM is finished with his with the review sheets, they may wish to return them to the players they belong to as a souvenir of the experience. Now for real, cooldown. This concludes everything needed to do as far as the game itself. After this, time permitting, it's often pleasant to chat about the game and look over what happened. Yeah, okay, so this would basically be like your post-session wrap-up, and everyone can sort of figure out what's going on. Cool. Other things like leveling up. Oh, let me switch track. Let's get some regular music back on. I think Warhammer, Age of Sigmar, and 40k have categories. I've seen a lot of the Warhammer Fantasy and 40k TTRPGs. Oh, okay. Because I think like at most, it's like I've only played a little bit of Dark Heresy once with some friends, but we didn't really do that on a stream. But I didn't know there were categories for that. I thought there was only like categories for like the tabletop, like you know what I mean, like the miniatures marching on their armies and stuff. I'm sorry, I'm very inexperienced with a lot of this. I'm still learning a lot as I've been going through. Ooh, let me see. What track do we want to listen to? You know what? Let's pull up something a little bit fitting, similar. Let's go to here. There we go. This'll do. Let's see. Warhammer Fantasy is essentially Age of Sigmar. Oh, okay. People roleplay around on Age of Sigmar. Oh, interesting. Okay. Level up events. Okay, the following are optional rules. In the original video game, when someone leveled up, a random event would occur. These rules reproduce that same system. They put an extra burden on the GM, though, so feel free not to use them. Well, how bad could it be? Let's see how it is. Let's see. Humans blessed with unparalleled luck and keen insight may end up finding items at random. On level up, make a luck check and see if if successful, make a percentile roll and find that number on the gift table. Oh, okay. Age of Sigmar, technically after fantasy, thanks to a certain vampire ring and all. Oh. It's funny, I don't know too much about like Warhammer Fantasy really. All I know is I know my friends like playing that Warhammer Fantasy is it called a 4X game? Where it's it was I think it's like Warhammer Total War 3, I think. I know my friends really like that one. And it is pretty cool. I like watching them run like encounters in that, or not encounters, but like when they're doing like their longer multiplayer games or runs of that. It's pretty cool. Let's see. Used to play tons of Age of Sigmar. Oh. A high enough level gave you an army. Oh, wow. If you see an ugly, bald vampire, you shoot it with all the guns, bows, crossbows, and cannons you've got, and repeat for good measure. Oh my god. Oh, damn. Let's see. On level up, make a luck check, and if successful, make a percentile roll and find that number on gift table A and take the corresponding. Should the check be a critical, use gift table B instead. And if it fails, then the human gets nothing. Okay, fair enough. Oh wait, it's all just one category, just Warhammer? So all the Warhammer war games, the Warhammer 40k war games, then the Warhammer TTRPGs. Oh, so they all just use the same category? Oh my god, that's gotta be a really bloated category then, huh? Let's see, Fiends. Upon leveling up, a Fiend who hasn't finished drawing out the power of their Magatama, or yet to learn everything at the max level for that one. It's all Warhammer, always has been, yeah. May find their Magatama beginning to act violently within them. Their power running out of control. What happens differs depending on which Magatama is equipped. Okay. The Fiend player may choose to whether to let the Magatama's rampage continue or to suppress it. If they suppress it, then nothing happens. Otherwise, they roll 1d10 and then consult the Magatama rampage table. There's a rampage table? Wait, did we see that before? Maybe it's later in the book. Actually, don't know. Maybe it's on the next page. Hold on. Is it? No. Oh, wait, no. Okay, it's down here. Okay, all right. We'll worry about that in a second, though. I don't want to get too far ahead. Okay, demons. When a demon has learned all the skills they can, or when they are otherwise not learning a skill upon leveling up, they may decide to power up or change a skill, which will allow them to swap one skill for another. Only one of these may be done per level. Also, a demon may only power up or change skills once while the same demon, while they're the same demon. Okay. Meaning if they manifest as a new demon, then they may once again do that. Okay, so it's like a limited progression in a sense, where, you know, there's still progress, but to prevent you from snowballing to eclipse the rest of the party. I think that is the more interesting thing, because it's like, so humans in this game, if you're playing a human, you're technically the weaker of the three. It seems like both demons and fiends get a lot more of the customization, but I think demon kind of steals the show, to be honest with you. That's interesting. Okay. Let's see. Interesting. So I guess it's like if you really wanted to min-max yourself, you can make sure that you always get your cards, and then you like keep on going back and forth and into the Cathedral of Shadows and making adjustments. Huh. Let's see, actually the Warhammer category is pretty barren since Switch came out, with the miniatures and models campaign or category about 50 years. Oh, okay. Ah, I see. So I guess like that's where they do like all the war game stuff now for like the miniatures and models. Or I would assume like wouldn't the miniatures and models be like also like building models, right? Like kind of like Gunpla and like painting models, right? I don't know, I'm just taking a shot in the dark. I don't know too much. If I had to guess, that's what it seems like it would be. Because I have seen people doing that before. It's really cool. It looks very complicated, but very, very interesting. Let's see, possible skills. To power up or change a skill, you must have... Okay, so I see. Okay, I see how that works. Following this list of skills, see what you're capable of powering up. Okay, so you just need to take a look at the different skills. Damn. Wow, the optional level up rule for demons is really good. So you can always at least have one spell that's sort of relevant to whatever part you're at in the game. At least it seems like enough. Okay, not bad. Let's see, it's everything like models, painting, assembling, playing with the miniatures. Oh, okay. Well, damn. That's pretty good. You know, it's funny. I've seen a couple of videos of like people playing like 40k tabletop, and it looks really cool. It's just it's a little intimidating to me because I haven't really played a game like that before. So it's a little intimidating, but it does look very cool because I've never seen it, like a lot of it matters so much with like the height on certain things like cover, or like how you have to like bust out a lot of the measuring tools and stuff. I don't know. I guess maybe it's because I've never played like a war game or something like that, but that's cool. Like I've only ever seen stuff like that in like, I don't know, like I guess a war game or like a 4X game on Steam, really. Huh. Let's see, skill power up. Let's see, first skill you select. Okay, when doing a skill power up, the first select one skill you've learned that can be power up, then change that. Find that skill in the power up and change table and find which skills listed under. Post power up, then you learn. Okay, so essentially you basically go down to the table here. Where is it? Is it this one? Okay, I see. Okay, so you would look for the skill that you want to level up or power up. Then you would go to the table, find it here, and then you roll to see where it lands on the table here. Okay. Fair enough. You get the appeal of having a single category for the hobby, but it just feels simplified. Yeah, no, you're right. I kind of agree with you there. That would be very different. Like sports is just sports for all category. Yeah. No, I completely understand you there. I feel like if anything, at most, it could be like wargaming should be maybe in its own like category. The game development category. It's pretty dope games being made there. Nice. Awesome. Oh, music. Oh. Oh, it's just a very quiet track. I was like, whoa, what's going on? Oh, this track is nice, but it does get a little bit loud. Hold on. You know what? Let's jump to something I know that'll be really nice. Yeah, we can leave that on. There we go. Okay. Let's see. Powering up if that skill is for an affinity that can exist for X strain. Okay, so this is like... Alright, I think I kind of get this gist of this section. We can just skim it a little bit here. So basically it's like the level up bonus for demons is a little bit more complicated because you basically get to select whatever skill or passive ability you want, and then it looks like you roll on the affinity table to see how likely is it to, like, I guess it's based on your demon that you're playing as. Then from there, you would sort of, you know, go category by category on that and then see what to do from there. Okay. Okay, you're more or less double checking, triple checking to see if you actually get the benefit. Yeah, okay, fair enough. I see that it can be kind of tricky because, again, if you want good skills, you gotta roll well, and you're basically gambling on your level up. But at least it, like, if you're losing, you don't really get anything else, so that makes sense. Sometimes you'll research stuff you're into and see if there's a category to follow. Like a year or two ago. Needed to be a writing and reading category. Cool. Yeah, it's funny that you actually bring that up because I have been seeing like some other VTubers that I've seen that basically host reading seminars or like book clubs. Let's go gambling. Hell yeah, dude. Look, man, that's the name of the game. You level up and you do the let's go gambling. Oh man. But yeah, like the whole reading category and stuff. It's funny because sometimes, like, I know when I'm sitting here reading through some of these tabletop books, I wonder, it's like, should I maybe be in like a book reading category? But I mostly try to stick within like some sort of tabletop category because, well, most of the time we're just reading, to be honest. It's a lot of us just talking back and forth while, you know, taking a good look through some of these. And, you know, we did work on our 5e campaign setup, and we'll get to that when we get there. You like watching the art category and watch artists while you work? Nice. Oh my god, this table is huge. Oh boy. Wow, we finally hit chapter 4, the skill explanations. Okay. Well, here's more of the meat and potatoes. What is a skill? You know, we've gone through so much, and now we're getting our definition of a skill. Ugh. That first 100 pages was a doozy, wasn't it? Okay, Tokyo Conception players can learn skills. They're divided into 5 different major categories: spells, magical attacks, physical attacks, passive, and then talk skills. Okay. Spells, they're traditional magic seen throughout the series. They use MP, and they use your magic as their stat checkpoint. Magic attacks, basically same thing, variation, uses magic for damage. Ooh, dramatic. Hold up. We're hitting that organ. Let me just switch some. Let's go to... How's this one? A little too much. Oh, I know which one we can listen to. Hold on, I got you. Is it this one? Yeah, this one's pretty good. This one's pretty good. We gotta stick with the mood here. Let's see. Physical attacks. Basically using strength. Oh. They cost HP to use them. Overuse of them can result in death. Okay, that's interesting. I wasn't sure if physical attacks were going to cost HP or MP in this system, because in the games they cost HP, but I was kind of expecting it to maybe run off of mana because, well, death in a tabletop setting is like way more severe. I don't know. I guess I figured something else, but okay. That's going to be interesting. Man, I can't wait for my players to all go physical builds and then die instantly and then wonder why they died. Great. That's going to be some fun to explain. Let's see, passives and then talk skills, which we went over talk skills for like 2 hours. I think I'm good on that one. Yeah, no problem, Hawkins. I'll catch you later, man. Thanks for stopping by. Always fun having you around. Let's see, certain skills, things like AoE skills, auto skills, meaning auto success. Yep. So like auto buffing and stuff like that, I would assume. Let's see what else. Limited skills. Some skills are once per scenario, fortune. Let's see, are once per scenario, fortune, and once per Once per combat, endure. These have limited uses. Oh, okay, so it's like, I see. Oh, okay. Oh, wait, no. I know these. Yeah. Okay. I know how these work. Got it. So endure is basically survive a fatal blow once per combat. Okay. And then fortune. I don't know what fortune is, though. Okay. Players with these skills are responsible for keeping track on when to use such a skill and how many uses they have remaining. Buffs and debuffs. Okay, so now I'm kind of curious about this because this is like the big draw or like the major mechanics that you sort of work into when you're, doing or like playing any sort of Atlas game or like a Megami Tensei thing. And that's buffing and debuffing. So I'm kind of curious how interesting this is going to go in regards to like a tabletop setting because most of the time buffs are, well, benefits, but most of the time spells regarding debuffing would be mostly focused around things like crowd control, I think. So it is kind of interesting for me to sort of see that. Let's see, 2 types of skills differ from all. And that's buffing skills such as Tarakaja and debuffing skills such as Tarunda. Let's see, first off, the stat changes these skills provide are always determined by 1d10, and the base magic power is never added. Okay, so it's always going to be a flat amount. Moreover, even if you roll a 10 on this, you cannot explode it. Wow, reading that out of context is hilarious. You cannot explode it. Well, it's a good thing we kind of remember what the explode mechanic was, which was, in this system, if you roll a 10 on a d10, you basically get to roll again and just keep on going. It's kind of like the Warhammer tabletop. So at least there's that. Interesting. Let's see, second, the same effect may stack up to 4 times. For example, if Tarakaja was cast on you 4 times, then barring having the effect dispelled somehow, you could not benefit from it from any further cast. Also, skills that produce similar effects, such as Fog Breath, count towards this limit. Whenever you are hit with Fog Breath twice, then Secunda, which has the same effect, it can't be applied more than twice. Okay. Interesting. It's a war crime to have a minefield and not label it. Exploding dice like that, you gotta have a sign on them, let them know you can't explode. Yeah, of course. Interesting. Okay, so they do still have the buffing and debuffing system from like the main series, which is really good. Like, I think that's going to really make this a more interesting experience because, typically, like, when I think of a tabletop setting, of course, the first buff that comes to mind would be things like haste, things like bless, and other spells like that. But interesting. Okay, we're going to have just our straight up stat buffs. Okay, we like that. Counterattacking. They all have a 50% chance upon taking damage. Encounter, grant 1 free opportunity to make a basic strike against the target. Moreover, you may make a basic strike even if you have the attack all skill and may not be applied to the counterattack. Okay. Counterattacking is not mandatory. These skills only grant the opportunity to attack. Should your target have Tekarin up, or Tetrakarin up, for example, you may decline to counterattack. Wow, that's great. That's actually really smart of them to include that clause here because, yeah, if Tetrakarin is the reflect physical attack spell, so if you have that buff on you or on the opponent and your counterattack procs, you would basically like knock yourself out, basically. Okay. What do we got here? Boss skills. Certain skills are exclusively used by boss demons. Demons who do not meet that requirement cannot use skills or inherit them. Further, certain boss-only skills can be used once per round. For example, exclusively used by Fallen Fornius, Icy Death is an ice elemental skill with a 0 MP cost, but even as a boss, taking 2 actions per round, Icy Death may only be used once. It cannot be used back to back. Similarly, using Dragon Eye in succession to gain unlimited actions just wouldn't be fair. Okay, they know. Yeah, to be fair, okay, that is one of the more infamous parts of Megaten, which is yeah. All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. Using Dragon Eye in succession to gain unlimited turns wouldn't be fair. Don't mind me. I'm just going to quickly take a little snippet of that. As That's icing on the cake. I'm saving that one. Okay, press skills. Before we do that, let me switch up the music a little bit. Let's switch it up. Let's go to this one. Oh, this track's a banger. Banger alert, hold up. Okay. So press skills. Now, I'm kind of interested in this because, so press turns are the major mechanic in SMT, and it started with Nocturne. So typically in this tabletop situation, wouldn't you be curious, like, how would we do press turns? I guess they do that by the exploding dice system. Because for bosses, or NPCs at least, we have things like Dragon Eye, which just give you more actions. I think that's sort of the compensate how it, where boss enemies just get multiple actions per round. But that is an interesting thing to keep a note here. Let's see, Beast Eye and Dragon Eye are skills that can increase how many actions per turn one can take per turn. They cost 1 action to apply, so Beast Eye spends 1 action to gain 2 actions, effectively adding 1 additional action. Dragon Eye takes 1 action to grant 4 actions, effectively granting 3 additional actions. Okay. And the skill list, here we go. Time for the big mother load of info dumping and then bestiary dumping. So I guess we're going to just sort of skim through a lot of these. Okay, so I guess potency is like base amount of damage, and then that's before you add your magic stat. On a lot of these, you have your MP cost, the effect of what each spell does, as well as, like, you know, who it targets, any additional notes. You have your chances to freeze, as well as just dealing in amounts of damage. Okay. Let's see, attacking with skills. Skills that inflict damage and ailments on a target are all skills that make attacks, meaning their attacks can avoid these skills effects by succeeding at a dodge check. Fair enough. When successful, the target takes none of the skills effects whatsoever. Alright. Skills that inflict damage to a target will explicitly say something to the effect of deals damage or drains MP or HP. If a skill does not say that, then it does not deal damage at all. For example, the skill, Marinkarin has a 40% chance to inflict charm, but does not deal damage. On the other hand, Tentarafu will deal damage to enemies on top of having a 20% chance to inflict panic. Fair enough. Okay. Skills that say they drain MP or HP or MP. Yeah, MP or MP. Yeah, I know, right? Let's see. Will inflict damage equal to the total power. Will inflict damage equal to the total power, which is skill plus potency. Skill potency plus base power plus the power roll. Then heal for a proportion of the amount that the target is lost. Let's see. If fate points or resistances make it so that these skills do no damage, then they also don't heal. Okay, so it's just 1-to-1. Okay. Sounds good enough to me. Let's see. Oh, example. A Preda uses a death touch. The attack succeeds. The total power ends up being 15, but because his target has 6 magic resistance, he successfully deals 9 damage and then heals 9 damage. Okay. Let's see. We have our different elementals. So we have... Let's talk about our elements, actually. So this is very much Retro Mega 10, which I'm kind of skimming over because, again, obviously, not everyone knows Vault Mega 10. So we have our fire skills, which are Agi. Our ice skills, which are Bofu. We have our electric skills, which are Zio, our Zon spells, which are wind, and our non-elemental magic, which is Megadio. So each of these different elements do have sort of different effects along with it, where fire is just straightforward. It's just damage. It's going to be your highest average nuking spell that you're going to use. It doesn't have any burning effects to it, but trade-off is no side effect, but you deal more damage. Fair enough. It also, it's just, you know, if you want to use damage, you're probably going to use fire, I'm going to be honest. You have your ice spells, which also have their chances to freeze, which, again, we kind of went over status ailments before, so there is that note. What else do we got? Zio, which inflicts shock. Now, IMO, shock is kind of the GOAT, because if you inflict shock on a target, they basically blow up. It makes any next physical attack an auto crit, so that's one thing to note that is probably very useful. Let's see, Zahn. So Zahn's interesting because it is wind element, or well, force element, but its side effect is it may kill stone targets instantly, or it has a chance to instantly kill stone targets. So if we were to get stone on an enemy and then we hit it with Zahn, it's basically coin toss if they explode or not. Now we have the other interesting stuff. We have our insta-kill spells, which is Hama, Mudo, and then other things like elements, but we'll talk, or ailment, but we'll talk about that in a second. So Hama attacks with a light attack, giving a chance to instantly kill the target. Let's see. I'm kind of curious because this may be actually either good or really bad. Let's see. Hama, 40% chance to insta-kill, and then 60% chance. Okay, fair enough. Mudo, it's basically the dark equivalent of it, so these two are basically one and the same, just same effect, different element. We have Mind. Okay, so here are the elemental types for, I guess, ailments, which is kind of a weird way to say it, but we have Mind. Influences the target's mind with a chance to inflict ailments. And this also covers like all the different types of ailments, like panic, sleep, charm, and Shiba Bu's a different thing. Okay. So nerve, which inflicts them, or chance to inflict restrain, which is one of the weirdest status ailments because there's literally only one spell that does that. That's strange. Okay. Let's keep on going. Now we have the stuff that basically everyone sort of learns a bit about, which is good old healing magic, which is really good. It is very, very good overall. Let's see, checks auto succeed, which is good. I would like it, so my healing spells should auto succeed, or else we're in trouble. Remedy purchase ailments from the from targets, and it always auto succeeds. Again, I'm kind of okay with that because if we're going with how many checks you have to make in this game, I'm okay with things like that auto succeeding because, let's be honest, do we really want to sit here and roll checks over and over and over and over when we're already doing that? We can cut some of these out. So it's fine. Things like buffing, debuffing, I'm okay with that auto succeeding. That's fine. We have the debuff group, which is Tarunda, Secunda, Rakunda, and Dakunda. The first one is a physical attack power, or correction, it's no longer individual, they are the same. You have their physical and magic power reduced by 1d10, and it stacks up to 4 times. We have Secunda, all enemies reduce their hit rate and dodge rate. And Rakunda, all of their resistances are reduced, and it stacks up to 4 times. Then you have Dakunda, which removes all of the nada effects from allies. So basically, if I'm going by sort of the example we gave before about, say we were doing a boss fight, okay? I've got my big bad boss. We've got 4 or 5 different enemies with us. We want at least one of them to have Dakunda, because if the players are smart and they understand how the buffing works, they know that the end game is going to involve a lot of managing buffs and debuffs, at least on one character, or, spreading out the debuffs, because it's going to be a very successful team build. I think it's going to be very interesting because, I was going to say unlike most of the time in D&D, where everyone's basically got their own specific build in mind, it seems like because of the limitations of how many spells you get, unlike like a regular D&D campaign where maybe your caster has access to a wide variety of spells and a number of different spells per day, you're always limited to your 8 skills. So you're going to need some sort of damage, some sort of sustain, and something like that. And that can be kind of interesting because this would be a game where you would have maybe players assign each other roles on what to do a bit. Maybe have someone who's a wizard, maybe have someone who's like a big melee fighter, maybe someone who supports with like full support skills. You could do it that way, or you could spread it out evenly amongst everyone. Everyone gets a buff and debuff since it auto checks. There's no reason why not to, right? So I think it could be interesting to say the least. It's very much encouraging that type of like play style where people need to like figure it out. You know what I mean? All right, what else we got here? we've got good old Tarukaja, Sukukaja, and Rakukaja, and Makakaja. Okay, that's weird, actually. Okay, so Tarunda reduces both physical and magic attacks, but I'm surprised Tarukaja hasn't been rolled into Makukaja yet. Because Makakaja and Tarukaja in current games are the same spell. It combines both of their effects into one, so there's only 3 buffing spells, and then 1 to like remove buffs off of enemies. So I guess this was I have to like double check. I think it might just be something that's in the old game. I might need to double check that myself. Also, this song is a banger, by the way. Another banger alert. Get off topic. You put out another chapter of your story. Got full 8 views. Oh well. Still no comments or ratings though. But hey, it means people are reading it though. That's awesome though. Like, keep up the good work, Leaf. Let's see. Support. Spells with miscellaneous or supportive effects. Makatora. That's actually a spell that I've never seen before. One ally recovers 10 MP, so you basically spend 10 MP to transfer your MP. Interesting. You don't know if they're reading it, but they're opening up the chapter. I mean, hey, that still counts. It still technically counts a little bit. Let's see, Tetraja. Okay, interesting. So Tetraja is still here. This is like an old school spell. Allies gain null, light, and dark. However, this effect nullifies after the first attack, and then it returns to their normal affinity. This is basically a spell to prevent you from getting one-shot by insta-kill spells. Very useful, depending on who you're fighting. But also, at the same time, it can be good or bad. You know, it varies. Because it's very situational. Let's see. Okay, Makarakaran and Tetrakaran work the same way they do in this era, which is interesting. Until the end of the turn, all allies repel magic attacks, and then all allies repel physical attacks. Well, it's good to know that that's still as good as it is, because, yeah, the bright side is, it's on all allies. If this were later down the road, like, say, this was a system written for, like, 5, or maybe even, like, I don't know, let's say Persona or whatever, it would be in a similar sense that Tetrakarn and Makarkarn would only be used on one target, but interesting. I like that it's used for everyone. Good, we like that. Ooh, banger alert, another one, right back to back, okay. Let's see, Trafuri, escape from combat, cannot be used during a boss fight, obviously. Astoma, until the new phase, demons of a level lower than the user will not appear. This does not affect bosses. It's funny that this is still... Okay, so I know we talked about this, but we have some of these things like, okay, so Riborama and Astoma. So these are spells that are like old school video game design, obviously. But we talked about this earlier when it came to like, how would you do the random encounters? And especially in a game that encourages the random encounters like this. It's weird, you know what I mean? So it's like, I see these spells and I'm like, this is a waste of fucking of a spell slot. I wouldn't recommend you take it because, let's be honest, if I'm going rules as written, are we really going to do an encounter every 10 steps? Like, let that sink in. That would get kind of annoying. I feel like I'm going to have to adjust that rule because I do want combat encounters, but I don't think it should be as frequent as like an old game's horrible random encounter rate. You know what I mean? I'm sure there's got to be a right way to organize it. Okay, let's see. These are more unique skills. Let's see, analyze, element, almighty. Let's see, make a power roll, adding the users. Okay, so there's this just... Okay, this gets us information. Learn all the info on their stat block. The skill cannot be used on bosses. No checks necessary during combat. Out of combat, the skill can be used to gather info. Interesting. Make a check in that case. If successful, learn about the demon in question. You know, interesting. That might be good to even hold on to for, like, a story beat later. Okay. We have Fire Group. Let's see. Hellfire, Prominence, and Ragnarok. Very high level skills. Again, some of these are just locked to specific enemies. Glacial Blast. We have Icy Death. Tornado. Interesting. Wind Cutter, Wet Wind. Oh, it's Pazuzu only. Well, the potency's like really high though. Okay. Let's keep on going. Okay, so now we're in the Almighty skills. So Almighty skills are like, again, they're like non-elemental, but also, how do I say this? They're non-elemental, but they're also kind of, like drain, I think. Yeah, that's the best way to go about it. Yeah, because you have Death Touch, which steals HP, Mana Drain steals MP, Life Drain steals both, Soul Niger, and let's see, all targets are reduced to 1 HP. Oh, okay, so that's like a specific enemy thing. Okay, fair enough. God's Curse from Samael. Let's see. Oh my god, this looks annoying. Wait, this is just bad breath. Let's see, 60% chance to inflict ailments to all targets. Roll 1d10. 1 to 2 is charm. 3 to 4 is panic. 6 to... Okay, so... Alright, so it's a chance to get hit. The almighty push, yo, for real. Okay. Alright. I see what's going on here. Okay, so it's just the big debuff applier. Got it. Hell's Call. From Ahriman only. May only target those who have not heeded the tyrant's words. What? Huh? May only target those who have not heeded the tyrant's words. Okay. 70% chance to insta-kill one target. May not be used for multi-action. Bro, that's just rude. Fair enough, I guess. Let's see. Apocalypse. Deal almighty damage to all targets. It's pretty high potency. Like anything that's above like 50, I'd say is like starting to get up there in damage. Vast Light. Okay, yeah, so these are Kagatsuchi only. These are like just big AoE nukes that the boss would do. Okay. Light Group. Okay, Thunderclap. Attacks all targets with light. Targets are reduced to half their current HP. Fate points cannot reduce this amount. Okay, that's interesting that that's like a specific note there. Okay, some of these are Amaterasu only. Holy Wrath. Attacks all targets with light. Targets are reduced to 20% of their current HP. Attack target with 1 light if it is reduced to 20 HP. Yeah, okay. Violent Flash. Oh, damn, the music drop on that was like Kino. Let's see, Radiance, Starlight. Okay, these are just basic damage. Hell Gaze, Evil Gaze, Stone Gaze, Mute Gaze. These are just chances on either insta-kill or status ailment? Yeah. Ruin? What? Dismissal Tune. Deal rune damage to... What the fuck is rune damage? Ruin. Domination. Attack one target with Ruin. Drains HP and MP equal to total attack power. And no one recovers the same amount. Okay, so this is a boss specific. Ball's Curse. Attack one target with Rune. Inflict... Oh no. Okay, I see. Attacking with Rune. Inflict 60% chance to inflict Fly. Oh no. Okay, I know you guys don't know what that is. Or I think we saw it briefly, but you're basically fucked. You die. You're basically going to die. If you can't get rid of it, you're screwed. Simple enough. Just trust me on that. Okay. Let's see, Mind. Let's see, Lullaby, Eternal Rest, Sexy Gaze, Allure. Okay, so these are just like Charm and Panic. Okay, Charm, Panic, Sleep. Yeah, these are all just more like the unique demon moves. Wait, Wild Dance. Okay, or Fiends only. Prayer. Prayer is really good. They remove all ailments other than Fly. Damn, okay, I guess you're just screwed then if you get Fly. You're just going to die. Prayer is like incredibly good, by the way. Very, very good spell. Very helpful. Very expensive spell. Costs 50 mana. Alright, debuffing. Alright. Debilitate, my beloved. It's so good. Alright, let's see what we got here. Warcry, Provoke, Debilitate. Warcry and Provoke. It's probably what we're going to see a lot on the party. Debilitate overall? No, Debilitate's like really good because it's all three of the debuff spells, but in one. Okay, other supportive skills. Yeah, Focus, Beast Eye, Dragon Eye. I love it. No, Boss level 10, Boss level 30. The Foul Union, Amala Spectators. Okay, yeah, so these are the boss unique skills, some of them. Yeah, Phase Shift. It advances one phase. Check this auto succeeds. Divine Will from Ball. From Noah. Replicate. Creates 3 copies of the users. The most that can be maintained at a time is 3. This check auto succeeds. Okay. The gun group. You know, skills only humans can use. Let's see. Humans with firearm use agility for checks. Double tap. In place of a normal action, shoot twice. Pinhole. Make an attack with a firearm using agility. Your target treats their resistance and dodge rates. Treats it as if it has been halved. Okay. Interesting. All these different types of attacks. I do like that they're specifically labeled out for like if they have like weaponry, because not every demon has a weapon, and some of them only use like natural weapons, like claws and their fangs. Let's see. Some more boss specific fiend skills. Skills that can only be learned via Magatama. Yep. Oh yeah, these are yeah, OD, these are the these are the cash money skills that you want as a fiend. Deal 1 almighty damage, potency 45 at a low HP cost. Yeah, that's crazy. Frey Krugel, Gaia Rage, which is the AoE version. Let's see. Spiral Viper. Deadly Fury, which is crazy good. Let's see, this I like that. Does not stack with might. You know they know. Let's see, deal physical damage to all enemies. For this check, treat criticals as 20% of the target number. Okay. Let's see, and then these are the passive skills. Affinity changers. Yeah, affinity changers, these are like the main meat and potatoes of the game. Like, we already talked about anti, which is just like resistance. We have null, which is immunities. Then we have drain, which is instead of just nullifying it, you start healing from the damage. Then lastly, you have repels, where anytime you're struck with that type of element, it'll bounce off of you. What else we got here? Okay, so might. This is a skill that actually was changed. Because might was either dark might or light might. They changed it to just might. To compensate for the fact that the skill worked depending on the phases of the moon. But since we're in a tabletop setting, that's not really easily applicable. Like, because as the DM, I could just say the Kagatsuchi hasn't changed yet. Or which is like the phases of the moon. So, fair enough. I'm okay with that. The drain attack, you heal, attack all. This basic strike always attacks all enemies. Does not apply on certain other things. Your basic boosts. What else? Human skills. Okay, these are interesting. Good instincts. When making a check, usually luck. To notice things, gain 10 to your target number. The sure shot. Shooting gain plus 10. The completely nullifies the effect on you once per scenario only, may be learned multiple times, allowing you to get additional uses per scenario. And I think when it means per scenario, I think that means like per session, I think. So I just need to double check that. Let's see, once on a snake, learn something useful once per scenario, may be learned multiple times, allowing you additional uses per scenario. Okay, omitted skills. Yep, okay, so this is kind of the interesting thing here. Okay, omitted skills. In making of the game of the... Wow. Yeah. In making the game of Nocturne into a TTRPG, certain skills were omitted to reduce the need to strictly manage phases of the Kagatsuchi. Yeah, fair enough. Bright Might and Dark Might. These skills only work during the full and new moon phases, respectively, but it could potentially slow down the game, so they were omitted. Any demons with these skills now just have might instead. Dark Pledge, a skill that only worked during a new moon phase, omitted for the same reason as above. Life Refill, Mana Refill. These skills would rely on Kagatsuchi's phases, but keeping track of them would only slow down the play, so they were omitted. Watchful. As player character demons can't be unsummoned to wait outside of the game, the skill was omitted. So Watchful, basically all it did was any demons in your party that were not actively in combat got experience as if they were. Okay, NPC only skills. The skills Gather, Night Howls, and Wild Laughter were omitted from the demon stat blocks on page 126 and beyond. Instead, when using NPC demons for battle, the GM should feel free to give these skills to any foul or haunt demon they end up using. Oh, dramatic music. Hold on, we're switching it. Where is it? Yeah, we can listen to this for a bit. Actually, you know, no. We're going here. Oh yeah, this one's a banger. Okay, so these are the talk skills. Okay, I see what it means. So, okay, yeah, this is kind of fucking complicated. What the fuck is that, bro? That's a lot. Let's see. Modifier, your use, impression type, speaker, subject, offensives, and subject. Okay. Let's see. Scout, kidnap, seduce, brainwash, wooing, beseech, soul recruit, mischief, death pack, jive talk, pester, begging, threaten, and stone hunt. Trade and loan. Yeah, who cares? It's not really that great. Other support things. Let's see. Maintenance plea. Obtain. Connection. I'm gonna be honest. A lot of these, it's like very hit and miss, very situational. It's like, it only depends. Like, any of this will ever show up if you either have some of these skills or like you have some of the demons in your party. And I mean, like, the demon player character is playing as one of these demons and they will be using it, because you don't really summon demons. You can't summon demons. So really the fusion system is only worth it if you have a demon player character. At least that's what it seems like to me. I'm sure there's probably a system where you could work out something where if you are someone who can't use demons, or like, say for some reason, say we had a whole party of fiends, right? And we have no use for the demon cards. So then in that case, wouldn't we just, you could make it like a trade-in or something and maybe get something else from the Cathedral of Shadows as a reward? You could probably give it to like some other stuff, like maybe give it a drop table. Okay, items and gear. So this is stuff that is literally for humans. After the conception, humanity lost the majority of its conveniences and commodities. Not even technology makes such things survive. Equipment once synonymous with warfare, such as firearms, bulletproof vests, are now infrequent and pulled from beneath the rubble of the old world. And even then, the only people who know how to use these things are the humans who manage to survive. Gear are items only usable by humans, which raises various stats as such as physical power and physical resistance. Humans may also benefit from certain passive skills just by equipping a piece of gear, which is to say, nothing happens if they simply possess the item. They must have it equipped as well. The humans may equip one type of weapon as long as they have the slot and it doesn't overlap with another piece of gear. Unless otherwise noted, stats from gear are all added together. Fiends and demons cannot use gear at all. Even if they strap it to their bodies, nothing will happen. Fair enough. I mean, we have to make humans fair enough somehow here, or else they're going to be just in for a world of pain, bro. They're not going to be able to do anything. Okay. Let's see, firearms. Firearms rely on agility. When making attacks with firearms, Make the accuracy check using agility. Then when calculating their power, adding together your agility plus the firearms modifier. Generally, firearms cannot be used to make physical attacks, except for pinhole. So they can't be used as a it cannot be used to convert attacks using agility into the firearms power as an add. Okay, so no matter what, you have to shoot the gun. You can't use it as a melee weapon to just bash someone's head open with it. If you're going up against a demon, you're going to need more than the power of friendship. You're going to need this brick you found in the alley. Of course. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm thinking of here. Let's see. Instead, when making basic attacks with a firearm, you may choose whether to make it whether to make it unarmed or with a firearm in case of unarmed. Let's see, it just uses normal unarmed stats. Each attack or skill made using firearms depletes the firearm's ammo count by 1. When making multiple actions, ammo is depleted per check made. Firearms may have up to their ammo count of ammunition loaded, but after making that many attacks, they may be reloaded by spending 1 action point. Let's see, grenades. Grenade category weapon can be thrown and are lost unused. They use agility like firearms. Their power is determined by adding agility to the weapon power. Fair enough. Changing gear. Let's see. However, as an exception, you may unequip all weapons and return to being unarmed. Only unarmed without any action cost at any time during your turn. Also, it's funny, I'm thinking about that. Dude, all I'm saying is, I know one of my friends really wants to make the Strange Journeyman character as his character. He already told me, he said he wants to make a character who's basically part of the JSDF. And I'm like, you know what? Sure, we'll let you do that. I'm cool with it. You could do that. It's going to be very interesting because I'm very curious to see how a human would stack up in the world of Nocturne, you know? Considering, well, Nocturne's a very hostile environment anyways, so go figure, right? Let's see. Any additional items? Okay, they can use regular attacking items, trading items, throwable items. Optional rule. Okay. Make an agility check. Okay, so I guess this would be if we needed to just throw an item at someone without spending an action. If they fail to check, they become unable to act for the rest of the round. Any items or gear on the list can be found by purchasing it at a junk shop. Okay. Also, I guess, yeah, you can buy the Magatamas at junk shops. Although, you could probably put them in locations and have them be like dungeon reward items. Interesting. Sometimes, the guys got to go through a dungeon and then they could find this sick demon bug and they can just eat it and get powers. Hell yeah. Like, it is how it is sometimes. Okay, let's see what else. Magatamas. Certain Magatamas can be found for sale at the junk shop. Whether or not a Magatama is for sale is entirely up to the GM. True. Bro, every time I see the spider emote. It's great. Let's see. Yeah, it's up to the GM what's in the shop. Okay, restricted items. Okay, this is kind of interesting. So under the restricted items, they have the incense series of items, which raises certain stats, are certainly welcomed items to get. However, they are but an item, and yet yield an effect roughly equivalent to gaining a level. Such as these items should be very rare, and therefore are restricted from being purchased. Similarly, items of infinite use, such as the Chakra Elixir, Blessed Fan, Soul Return, and Spyglass, are all upset game balance, so should only appear in higher level games. Fair enough. I am up. Original items. As this is a TTRPG, or as a TTRPG allows for humans to be playable characters, something that wasn't included in the original game, there are also original items in this game for them. And GMs are free to restrict the purchase or the ability of these original items as they see fit. Okay, I'm curious though. Found items. Okay, yeah, so these are different things for humans. Let's see, human relics that you can find. I like that collectible anime merch. You know, it's funny, I like that. They actually, they brought back the relics from 4 here, which is kind of funny. Very different, very different. You know, hold on. I know this song's a banger, but we're switching it. But hold on, we'll wait till the drop, because the drop is crazy. Wait for it. Ooh, there it is. There we go. Such a banger. Look, that drop was worth it. Okay, yeah, these are just lists of all the shop items. Okay, yeah, the incense. Okay, yeah, these items are really, really, really good, and we're basically gonna make it so it can only show up either towards the end or decent enough time. Okay, and then hold on, we gotta rotate this real quick. So here we've got the equipment that they made specifically for, specifically for humans that they put in this game. So you have a knife, katana, let's see, greatsword, the masterwork katana. I like that. It's 6,000 gold. A true Japanese katana crafted in the Edo period. May only be equipped by humans level 30 and above. Let's see. It is said that once it chooses its owner is drawn to it, it may not return to its sheath until it tastes blood. Damn, it's a really strong weapon. Let's see. The Sighauer, the shotgun, a hunting shotgun, an MP5. All the different types of elemental grenades. The tricone hat, that's funny. I'm only seen on jack-o'-lanterns. See, frost hood, Monarchy clothes. Plus 10% when negotiating with Monarchy, of course. Leader's robes show that you carry great influence. May only be worn if you have 200 influence points or greater. Interesting. Yeah, I know. Don't you want to be the Bloodborne Hunter? Plate mail, a suit of armor worn over the whole body, akin to medieval times. You may not wear any other armor with this thing. Yeah, of course. Oh, whoops. We have to flip the page. Okay, there we go. Okay, so things that are different. Muscle drink table. You have the junk shop. There are kinds of things all over the Vortex world. Shops, Fountain of Life. Oh, I see. 1 mock-up per HP healed. 2 mock-up per MP healed. Okay. So at least we have the prices you could crunch out if you really wanted to use it. Heal spots. There, of course, exist places other than the Great Fountains to heal. GM may establish these heal spots wherever they wish. In addition, the GM may specify heal spots have limited services, such as reviving from death or recovering HP only, and change the amount needed. Okay. Let's see, Cathedral of Shadows. All right, we went through the whole Demon Summon, I think, but, like, are you actually able to do anything else here? Let's see. Who could help you with all matters related to Demon Fusion and Manifestation. Demon cards may be purchased here and nowhere else. Additionally, any learned skills may be recorded here and relearned later, should these skills be discarded at some point. Oh, okay, so you can actually get skill cards. That's important. Yeah, okay. No, that's totally worth it. Because since you only have 8 skills you're allowed, I guess you can always return here, spend the money, and then get the skill card so you can have it for later to come back and relearn it. I think that's totally fair. That's very useful. Since the party is, well, limited because you can't get extra party members by actually getting your own demons. The only demon you get in the party is either a fiend or an actual player demon. So fair enough. Oh my god, this looks like a pain in the ass. More tables. Okay, I guess these are if you had Flamus or like any of the elementals. Okay, so this basically just works like how it does in the actual game. Getting elementals, you trade them in, you get a bunch of stuff. Or getting the gems, you trade in the gems for an elemental, which you can use for fusion or other stuff. It's kind of a pain in the ass, but we can kind of skip over that. And then the Demon Compendium, which is, I think, most of the rest of the book. Yeah, reading demon stat blocks. This is going to be the interesting part. Okay, in this section, you will find all the all stats for all the demons in the game, from pages 126 to 211. We'll find the list of general demons that appeared in the original game, as well as the boss demons, starting on page 213. Let's see, reading a stat block. Okay. The clan that the demon belongs to, evolution path, fate points. Interesting. They cannot be used unless the bosses... Really? So the bosses can have fate points as well. Okay. Interesting, interesting. Although maybe that's probably a mechanic for the player who's playing as a demon. Okay. Inherit traits, skills and learn level, auto success behaviors. Baka EXP. I think we kind of got that. Boss stat blocks. Confirm. Let's see. Boss stat blocks confirm how they appear, or conform to how they appear in the original game, deriving their stats and HP in Maka, as well as their EXP values to how they appeared in the game. Okay. Some demons appear as bosses, then after their boss fights, they join the general pool of demons like Fornius and Ose. They are demons listed among the general demons. Meanwhile, the boss list of enemies that only appears as bosses, such as Albion, and its Forzoas. Okay. There are very few games that let you play as boss characters, man. I wish we had more games where you're the boss. I mean, look, I'm going to be honest. If the players play this well, by the end of this campaign, they are just straight up the boss, bro. Like, they are going to be forces to be reckoned with. And that's the fun part. Okay. Making bosses. Some demons appear as bosses. Alright, we already read that. Okay. Basic boss changes. Bosses take 2 action on their turn. The GM may decide their action strategically. Bosses can use fate points. If they have minions, they can use their minions or fate points on their minions. They can use boss-only skills. Bosses gain additional HP and MP as per the trait. Usually they double both. On defeat, bosses grant additional XP. Maka is usually 10 times the boss's level for both EXP and Maka. Bosses can appear alongside other demons, or alongside with other demons as minions. When they do this, it's entirely GM's discretion. GM can ignore the learn level of boss's skill and just have whatever there. Okay. GM may also find it necessary to add 1 or more to the following boss. Yeah, basically just always make sure you have null light and null dark, because you usually don't want your bosses getting killed to instant death spells. That'd be kind of lame. Yep. See, the bosses may use items if desired. This is an exception to the general rule that demons cannot use items. Okay. Oh, interesting. That's actually kind of cool. That they have every single boss's HP, MP, and their other stats listed from the original game. Well, that's really helpful. Interesting. No, hold on. Let's switch up the music again. Because I think now we're in the whole like bestiary part, and we're gonna just like really skim through a lot of this. Because there's not too much else, I think. I think there are additional like interesting sections more towards the later half of the book, but a lot of this is gonna be bestiary, which we'll take a look at some of these, but we're gonna basically skim through a lot because let's be honest, there's a lot. It's the whole demon catalog of Nocturne. Let's go with oh yeah, we'll go with this track. This will be a good one to get us through. Yeah, there we go. Let's see, Vishnu's like really good. I do like that they did basically collaborate a lot of these in here. Also, I just realized, yeah, there's like different bits and pieces here, giving more background and then like how they're related in the original game and what role they served. Let's see, you have a RimWorld game going on in the background. A good chunk of your ship crashed into your cash car. Oh no, bro. Unlucky, Leaf. Okay. Let's see. Odin, he is a candidate to be summoned as a sponsor god. That's really good. Altarasu. Let's see. Tavaka. I do like that they have a lot of these like other gods listed that can be considered basically as part as or not your ship, someone else's oh damn, what the fuck, what's it called? But yeah, like I was saying, I do like that they do have the other gods listed here that can be used here for if you were going to create your own reason. So you have your list of options open. Let's see. Japanese refer to as Daitotoken. Yep, we have Shiva. Mm-hmm. You're watching a retrospective videos on Blaze Blue, and it's wild to think that the game series came into being because of an idol. Wait, really? It did? I couldn't even remember that part. See, wish you could sue them, or at least you don't know how to kidnap them and harvest their organs. I mean, well, that would be one way to get your money back. Iona says he does not appear as an enemy. Mm-hmm. Dude, I love this track so much. It's so good. It's so good. Look, this is a track where it's like you bust out like you know how like in those older movies when people are at concerts they bust out the lighter and just go whoo and wave back and forth slowly. That's what you get with this one. It's got that slow rock ambiance. And it's not even rock, but you know what I mean. It's got that rising action track. Okay, yeah, I think this is... We can just, like, skip, like, a ton of pages here. Because this is just, you know, demon catalog. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, there's so many. Oh, yeah, now I think they were starting to look at some of the bosses. Or at least, like, higher level demons. Oh, wait, no, I think it... Oh, I'm dumb, dude. It goes by, the category based on the clan. Dude, that guy became the director, specifically went into game design because of an idol. Oh, you're right. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. My bad. It's Daisuke. Yeah. Or no, it's the guy other way around. Yeah. They became best friends. Yeah. The guy who I remember him now. It's funny because I've seen the picture of the two of them hanging out. The old picture of Daisuke in his full like leather rocker outfit hanging out with the creator of Blaze Blue, and he's like the super idol nerd. It's so funny. It is so funny when you see some of those old pictures. Look, it's okay. People still ask, will we ever get another Blaze Blue game? And the answer is no. Because they made that one other game that like is a side-scrolling game, and apparently it's very popular. It's also apparently the best-selling Blaze Blue game now. Because it's not too terrible, I guess. I don't know. I have never played it, but I've seen one of my other friends play it, and he said it's good. It's just they needed to add more characters. We can have spin-offs, but the mainline games are done. Yeah, you cannot continue the main story. It literally cannot happen. Like, you have milked that shit to the bone. Look, Ragnar literally deleted himself. Like, he's done. Oh my god! It's Shattered Skull! Oh my god! Wow, that's a fucking throwback to like an ancient-ass clip of me and Kyle playing Nocturne. Wow, that throwback and a half. What a fun little thought. Let's see. Okay, yeah, these are just other boss monsters. All right, we can just start speeding through again. Because I think we're kind of mostly through a lot of those. Yeah, we're gonna skip ahead. Okay, hold on. I want to read this. Okay, Demon Compendium. Now we're at the boss section. So this would be like the first boss that we'd be using. Holy shit, he's level 20? Oh, damn. I wasn't expecting that. Okay, he's kind of good. Let's see. Fornia says he appears when he is the boss in Shinjuku. I like that there's like notes specifically for them too as well. All the Spectre and then like all the little guys. Oh no, are these just, oh, they're just like all individual pieces? Bro. Mara, there he is. Yep. Let's see, Futomimi. I'm kind of surprised you can just fight him. What? I wasn't expecting that. I didn't think he actually had a stat block. I guess he does. Oh god, this guy's fucking terrifying. Oh my god, Sakahagi is like literally a serial killer in this world. A mad Monakin who resembles human criminals with a lust for murder. His name is Sakahagi, and he comes from the fact that he kills his fellow Monakins, then skins them. Yeah, Sakahagi means peel back. His stats are similar to after the raids of Yoyogi Park, and he steals the Yahiro Himaragi. Okay, yeah. Let's see. He preferred not to be using magic, sadly. He does have spells. Let's see, the ball avatar. Very high levels. You know, hold on. Let me switch up the track one more time. Oh my god. Dude, that emote looks adorable. Let's switch up tracks again. Where is it? What do we want to hear? Oh, banger again? Oh, this is like super dramatic. No, I know we can play. I got you. We're going back where we started. See, now it's like it's almost as if we started stream again. Alright, let's keep going. Oh, there's Ariman. His design looks so crazy. Yeah, and then there's the second form. And then Noah. Bro, cursed ass. This just looks so bad. Noah does not look good. Especially with this Samu's head on it. See Kagatsuchi's first form, the good old disco ball, and then it turns into Kagatsuchi's face, where it's just, I think it was like, what, Yahweh? And lastly, the world. So, yeah, after the bestiary, this is the section that I'm actually very interested in. And let me just do a quick time check. You know what? Yeah, we're good to keep reading here. As this is what we want to know. Because, now granted, for what I'm working on, my players really won't get to experience the Vortex world, really, until, like, if they decide if they want to continue the campaign or not. That's where things will get interesting, but, again, up to them. We'll see. This chapter will provide you a look at the Vortex world itself. This is where your adventures will be taking place. Before you get into that, we need to know about the GP rule, which is in order to help order the world. GP is a general number, or let's see, GP is a number that serves as a level recommendation for an area. Okay, fair enough. Gate power. Every area in the Vortex world has a rough estimate for the levels of demons who appear there. Gate power tells you what this level is. The GM should keep in mind gate power of the areas that the players are operating in. Gate power guidelines. Demons with a level under the gate power may appear as the GM likes. Demons with equal to or above it, around GP10, should be viewed as powerful foes for the area. In which your scenario takes place, assuming they are not boss enemies, then you can have a number of these demons appear equal to about half the amount of player characters. Okay. A demon the level around GP10 has the boss trait, or the equivalent of 4 player characters. If it suits the story, having 1 or 2 minion demons alongside it is good. Okay, so this is good. This is like actually giving me a good way to figure out how you would set up encounters here. So this is actually very useful to know. Okay, a demon at a level of GP 15 or higher, or even, is a mighty foe indeed. These sorts of boss fights are best avoided for your player characters at low level. Note that player characters at lower than level 10, above the wait, hold on. Note that with player characters lower than level 10, the above guidelines will feel more difficult, and conversely, at higher levels become less and less severe. True. That is very true, because at higher levels, it's... Okay, I'll be honest with you. So now, it's interesting because this seems to have the classic Shin Megami Tensei level curve, where the game is a lot... Like, the game is a lot harder at, like, lower levels versus, like, the higher levels, just because of the limitations that you have as the player, you know? So... I gotta drink some water. All right, we're good. So it's a lot more difficult. All right, Vortex World progression. So this is the other interesting thing. The general progression of the Vortex World in terms of GP is as following. Phase 1, the conception. After the conception, the player characters will simply try to survive, engaging in deals with the rulers of the areas they find themselves in, while searching for the truth of what happened to the world. At this stage, the Assembly of Nihilo and the Mantra armies are represented in low-level demons hunting for Magatsuhi. The PCs step out of the free cities of Shibuya, Shinjuku, or Yoyogi will eventually encounter these Magatsuhi hunting demons. This phase ends once the ruler of Shinjuku, Fornius, is defeated by the Demi-Fiend and his Magatama is taken. Let's see. Let's see, GP 11 to 30. Also, I just realized now GP is basically the CR of this game. But I feel like the CR in this game will be a little bit tighter because, again, it's going based off of essentially what is a video game. So, you know, keep that in mind. GP 11 through 30. Hostilities between the Assembly of Nihilo and the Mantra army begins to heat up. Humans on both sides start searching for humans in order to make them into the maiden of their reason. The hunt for Magatsuhi intensifies. The Mantra army assaults the Nihilo base in the Shio Dome, but thanks to the Assembly's diversion, the assault ends in a failure. The Mantra army is then destroyed by the Nightmare system. This phase continues until the Nightmare system is destroyed and the Assembly of Nihilo is dismantled. Okay. Phase 3, Uncertainty. GP 21 to 50. With the two major factions destroyed, Tokyo's situation enters a state of flux. A group of mannequins, including Futomimi, are liberated from Kabukicho's prison and go on to restore Asakusa. This phase ends when the Yahiro no Himaragi is rediscovered during Sakahagi's occupation of Yoyogi. Wow, that felt like a lot of big words back to back. Phase 4, Yasuga, Masubi, and Shijima. GP 41 to 20. Huh? It goes back down? That's weird. The world is reshaped into 3 new major powers, guided by new leaders reborn from humanity. The Assembly of Nihilo establishes the reason of Shijima and sets up in the Tokyo Diet Building to summon their sponsor god. The fallen Mantra army, accepting Tachibana Chiaki as a successor, is reborn as Yasuga and assaults Asakusa. Lastly, Nita Isamu, who sought seclusion in the Amala network, begins the reason of Masubi and summoning the drifting god Noah at the Temple of Amala. This phase ends with the appearance of the Tower of Kagatsuchi. And lastly, phase 5, the Tower of Kagatsuchi. Let's see, that is GP 51 to 100. Well, damn. With all reasons established, the final battle has come. The three major factions climbed the Tower of Kakatsushi, each with their own new world in mind. The time of creation's judgment has begun. Okay. Well, what is the Vortex World? Oh, wait, do they have maps of these? Oh, they do. Okay. What is the Vortex World? The Vortex World is a twisted version of Tokyo illuminated by the light of the Kakatsushi. The world is a vortex. See, the Vortex World is an egg of the new world. Let's see, the word vortex has a meaning of whirlpool. Perhaps it was named due to the swirl of thoughts and emotions of all the people within it, much like a whirlpool themselves. And none knew who it was who gave it this name. Conception. Vortex's birth. The Vortex World is a world that was purposely built. It was brought by Hikawa in the Ring of Gaia and put in a place of the world's ending. This incident was known as the Conception. This is how Takao Yuko, the maiden of the Ring of Gaia, explains it as to those she's close with. First, the world must die for it to be born again. And indeed, the world did die. True. Also, the other thing, the world is like stitched together because it is technically a circle, or it's like a spear. So you have it from left to right that goes all the way around. Then you have the top section and then the bottom section. Okay. A world inside a spear. The first thing to know about the Vortex World is that on the inside of a spear, there is no horizon. If you look up past the glittering light of the Kakatsuchi, you'll see a different part of Tokyo rising up from you like a wall. Gravity pulls towards the outside of the spear so we can walk around normally as if you were in the interior of the sphere. Tokyo torn apart. The Vortex World appears as though the former Tokyo up through the Yamanote line was torn apart, then past the inside of the sphere. Outside of the core locations, the world map is made up entirely of deserts, split up by regions by the rivers of chaos that pour out nothingness. Hills taller than most buildings also make traveling between regions nearly impossible. Demons who are capable of flight cannot fly above a certain altitude. This means that even winged demons are incapable of crossing the void seas or flying over the hills. It is certain that angels are able to fly between the spaces between the ground and the Kakatsuchi, yet none have ever cared to prove whether they could or not. Okay. Let's see, the 6 regions. Okay. Vortex World, yep, that's what it looks like. The Kakatsuchi sits in the middle, and it's basically a full spear. It's kind of like Sigil, if you are familiar with, well, older source books for D&D, where Sigil's like a ring. This is similar, but it's not a ring, it's a spear. Let's see. The Marunouchi Chidoya region, the Ginza Yurakucho region, Kakatsuchi's in the middle. The bottom, which is the Sano Nagatacho region, the Ikebukuro Kabukicho region, the Asakusa and Yushima region, and then the Shinjuku Shibuya region on the rear panel. Okay. So it is literally just segmented out. Think of it like a soccer ball with its quadrants. Okay. The world, due to the chaos rivers and hills, is split up into 6 major regions. These 6 regions are entirely separated from one another, meaning one can only move between them either using underground passages or the Yamala network and its terminals. Fair enough. We'll probably finish reading this page and then we'll get ready to start packing it in. Just as a little time check, I just had to quickly take a look. But let's keep going. Let's see. Structure of society. There are 3 kinds of people living in the Vortex World: demons, Monokins, and humans. Because very few humans are in existence anymore, most would say that the demons are the dominant ones these days. However, since the vast majority of demons have no idea how to live in an ordered society, most tend to live lives as wanderers in the Vortex World. Any actual labor is left to the artificial humans, known as Monokins, said to have been created from the mud of the Kanda River, and therefore possessing no soul. Monokins do not possess a strong will, so they merely live out their lives doing labor as instructed. Once Once they complete their orders, they will merely stand around in a daze, waiting for new work to be given out to them. Many mannequins, when standing around, will wobble side to side as if made of cogs on the inside. Demons generally don't value mannequin labor, so some may torment them, eat them, or harvest their magatsuhi. No matter how many are killed, more will always be made in Asakusa. So, the supply of mannequins will never run dry. The demons' mannequins are like air or water, completely ignorable. Damn. Necessities. In the Vortex world, the passage of time isn't all that important. It's never a necessity to eat or drink. You will never need to sleep or rest. Even if you walk in its deserts, you will never grow tired or thirsty. You won't even sweat. Your hair and your nails won't grow. Your body won't constantly renew skin cells as you need to, wow, hold on. Your body won't constantly renew skin cells and cause you to need to bathe, nor will you ever need to use the restroom. For demons, this is how they've always existed, so they pay it no mind. However, among the scant few humans who have survived, some will wonder if, in fact, if these facts don't point to the Vortex world being kind of an afterlife, or even a virtual reality environment of an online game. There are of course no means to ascertain whether this is true or not. Likely, the Assembly of Nihilo's leader, Hikawa, and the Maiden know something about this, and no one else is likely to reveal the truth. Damn. You know, I think that's like a really powerful passage because we never really thought about these things, especially like if you've played Nocturne, you would assume that's just video game stuff. And I mean, yeah, in a sense it is, but this is very good because it's establishing more of just how chaotic of a world this is, where things like that just don't matter. You know what I mean? It's crazy. Very, very crazy. Let's see. Mako. Let's see. The currency of the Vortex world is called Maka. Humans and mannequins are more powerful, and more powerful demons are the only ones who tend to use it. Most demons can't use items at all, so they generally don't see worth in the currency. One theory puts forth that Maka is processed Magatsuhi. And geography. We'll probably just finish reading this little passage here. Nearly all the Vortex world is desert. Most of what remains of Tokyo are mere ruins, and the parts that are inhabitable were made into towns by demons. Terminals in the Amala network. In every town, the Assembly of Nihilos installed terminals of the Amala network. If one member of the Assembly possesses a specific skill, they can use these terminals to instantly teleport between locations with other terminals. Using terminals is complicated, so most demons are unable to operate them. Humans, or some nearly human, are the ones capable to make use of them freely. Mannequins, however, are unable to use the terminals. Terminals make use of the Amala network, which is made up of Magatsuhi that flows throughout the Vortex world like a web. It is said that at times, errors can occur during transport, where one will end up falling into the network itself. But I think we are going to hold off there. I don't think there's much left to read of the book, so we'll probably end up finishing up the book next time. If I had to be upfront with you guys, because I think it's just mostly this and then like maybe a couple other tables and stuff to look at. So I'll probably, you know what, let me take a little skim look here. Let's take a little peek. What else do we have? Yeah, because this is like more of the actual interesting stuff, which is talking about the regions and locations. And then we have the maps here, which are very nice. I wish these were separate and like not marked, because I would like to use them. Although I probably will end up using these. I do like that they are marked here. And this is good because this actually helps as the DM, because yeah, this is just giving you information about the locations, telling you where some of the common enemies that they would be fighting here. Oh yeah, the junk shop. This is good. I like that. I like that quite a bit. And then it like talks about each of the different regions and all these other specific things. Oh yeah, look at these high level ass demons. Bum bum bum. Is that really all there is left in this book? Yeah, I think that is. Hold on, we're gonna skim ahead. These are the map locations. This is talking about a lot of these. Up all the different sections. Wait, what is this? Guidance before the conception. Oh. You fight with Ikawa just before the... Oh! This is actually... I'm going to write this page down. Hold up, because this may actually help me out with what I'm working on for my stuff. So this will be very helpful, actually. Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum. So this track is another banger. Don't mind me, I'm just writing down some stuff here for myself. Bum, bum, bum. There we go. And I'll keep this in mind. Well, this is actually really helpful. This helps out a lot. Yeah. Yeah, optional setting. Tokyo 2000X. No, this is really, really good. Okay, yeah, there's a lot more fun stuff we can work here. Cool. So definitely next time, we're probably going to take a look back through some of this stuff. And yeah, we'll take a look at how it represents each of the different regions. We're going to take a look through that nice opening starter scenario, and then we'll take a look through the GM section. So, you know, there you go. We'll take a look through that next time. Let me just get over here and write down the page number that we were on, just so I have that. And then we'll be good. Because I think we were just looking through different regions here. Like, I just had to, like, double check. I was like, I hope it's not just tons of tables and charts, but no, it looks like we're going to actually have some more fun here to talk about the different sections of the towns, which, that's good. We're going to need that. That's going to be the most helpful thing, in my opinion. Okay, and we were on page 244. Let me just write that down as well. 244. All right. So, let me start getting us ready to get out of here for the night. Okay. Let's do that. And let me just shrink myself a little bit here. A little bit too big. And I gotta say, first off, thank you for popping in here. Appreciate the follow. And yeah, hopefully you guys are having a good night. And if you're still here, thanks again. Always glad to have everyone popping in here while we're, you know, taking a look at a very different TTRPG. Kind of a pain in the ass at some parts, I'm not gonna lie, when it comes to like understanding negotiation, but I think I get it now. It's just kind of a pain to explain, but once you do it, I'm sure it's probably less painful. I was worried that Fusion was going to be super complicated, and it kind of is because you're basically doing a game system on paper, but it really only matters to the one player who's playing as a demon. So it's good to know. So on that note, I can say, hey, exclamation point links. Feel free to check out any of the links below. We've got the main channel where we have the almost hour-long Raido Kuzunoa react, where we sat there, where me and Kyle took a look at the new Raido Kuzunoa trailer, and then we watched the 22-minute breakdown where it was 22 minutes and we ended up sitting there for almost an hour talking about it. Also, new shorts coming out on the main channel, which you can expect another one on Thursday. There was one today, and you can find another one there on Thursday. And on the VOD channel, we've got the Limbus Company Railway 4 and 5 VODs coming up there, which were pretty fun. And I gotta say, I'm gonna be back here tomorrow with my good friend Joe Lazy, and we're gonna be playing some Kingmaker. So we're gonna be continuing our playthrough of Kingmaker, and then on Thursday, Kyle will be back, and we're gonna be playing some more Eternal Punishment. So, on that note, I gotta say, thanks again everyone who popped in here, but it's time for me to start heading out for the night, and I will catch you guys tomorrow, same time, 8 p.m. EST. We're gonna be back here, and we're gonna play some Kingmaker. So, have a good night, everybody. And catch you later. Adios.